Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Naruto Was Trained by Minato Part 4. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Naruto was happy and sad at the same time as he walked home from the Hokage's office. He was happy because he had just finished his first B-rank mission and was now a real Konoha shinobi. He was upset that, despite being strong, he hadn't been able to keep Iruka-sensei from getting hurt. I need to do better next time, if only I had finished my sword. The seals are almost done, but I still haven't figured out how to combine the wind chakra conversion and shaping seal with the compression seal. That way, if I need to, I can use other types of chakra. If I put a few clones to work on it, they should be done before my team goes on our first C-rank mission, though it might take a few more weeks. I guess I should put a bunch of clones through earth manipulation training so I can get good at it and then start training for Mokuton now that I have the skills for it. The Chishio Bunshin is the last thing I need to worry about right now. I can't give up 2 gallons of blood every time I want to make one, even though it might be great for sparring and other things. When Naruto finally got home, he told his clones to start working on both manipulating the earth and finishing his sword. He took the dimension scroll out of its case and began to climb the stairs. When I used the duplication, I still can't believe I forgot to think about where the entrance would be. Wait, duplication? Why can't I duplicate blood? Because it would only be copying a certain amount of blood, it would have to be a bit more specialized. It would need to have a part for detecting blood and a part for controlling the output. I have to work on another project now, but when I'm done, I'll have a ninjutsu, fuinjutsu hybrid copy. I guess I'll have to get some clones to work on that too. When Naruto got to his training grounds, he made 100 copies of himself. He used 60 of them to make boulders out of earth chakra and then turned them into dust. He used 10 to work on ice manipulation, 5 to work on his sword, 5 to work on the blood duplication seal, 10 to work on the Mokuton jutsu, even though he wasn't sure if he could use them yet, and 10 to work on chakra control. Naruto decided to test a theory after getting his clones to work. He took it out of his pocket and put it back in the seal on the back of his hand. Even though they were in a pocket dimension, he wanted to see if he could get them to keep training and have their memories come back to him. Naruto then went to sleep. It will be nice tomorrow. Naruto decided right away to check on his clones in the dimension scroll when he woke up. He quickly changed into his new clothes. He quickly put on a pair of black cargo pants that looked a lot like the pants that Enbu gives out, but the cargo pockets were actually places to hold scrolls. Next came a navy blue long-sleeved shirt with a hood that could come out of a seal on the back of the collar. He wore black shinobi sandals and carried a kunai and a shuriken in a pouch on each hip. Each pouch was a little different because it had a storage seal on the outside that he could use to keep anything he needed. His sandals, bags, and other clothes were all a little different. The clothes he put on all had 3 seals on them, and he had to put 2 of them on 6 months ago. There was a growth seal and a regeneration seal. 6 months before they were put on because that's how long it took for them to fully blend in with the clothes, or another way to say it, that's how long it took for the seals to remember the clothes. The regeneration was pretty clear. He could use chakra to make his clothes heal themselves. The growth seal, on the other hand, wasn't. It needed to be activated with his blood to become in sync with him. This seal, which wasn't on the pouches but was on the sandals, kept his clothes fitting his body. Unless these 2 seals were broken, he would never have to buy new clothes. That doesn't mean he didn't have other sets, just that he wouldn't have to buy these again. The last seal wasn't really needed, but it came in handy. He changed the color shift seal he had used to trick the teachers. When he put chakra into this version of the seal, he could change the color of his clothes to any color he wanted. When he was finally ready to go, he opened the magic door and began to climb the stairs. When he got to the top of the stairs, he was let down right away. A clone asked, "Boss, why are you coming back so soon?" A second clone said, "Yeah, we thought you were going to sleep." He asked his clones, "What do you mean? I just woke up from a full night's sleep." "Boss, we've only been training for 4 hours," the second clone said. He said, "I see. So time moves more slowly inside than outside. That's how it feels when it's in the storage seal on my hand. I wonder if it will feel the same way when it's not in that seal." Still, I don't understand why there is a time difference. I need to put the transmission half of a paired summoning seal on the back of it first, though, in case it ever gets lost. Naruto said in a loud voice, "Start dispelling, 10 times every 5 minutes." Naruto sat down and began to meditate to lessen the effect. He got up and made the 100 copies again in 50 minutes. You guys know what to do. Get to it. In order to train a new group of clones, Naruto left the training dimension once more. He shut the door and turned the scroll over. Once the stasis seal was off, he drew 2 seals. The first was on the back of the dimension scroll, on the transmission half of a paired summoning seal. This was the second half of the seal, which he put on the inside of his left hand. Naruto put his left hand on top of the dimension scroll and activated the transmission and reception seals. This made it so that the dimension scroll could only be called to his hand. Then he turned on the stasis seal again, rolled the dimension scroll back up, and used some ninja wire to hang it from his back. Naruto left once everything was ready. He had to go to the academy to see Iruka-sensei, but he had to take care of something very important first. So, he went through his closet. After about 15 minutes, Naruto got to training ground 42. When he got there, he got some firewood and quickly started it with a weak Kaiden jutsu that could only be used to start fires when setting up camp. It took a little while to really get going, but Naruto built it up until it was almost like a campfire. Naruto said, almost in prayer, "I'd like to thank this bonfire for burning up something that really needs to be broken." Naruto said goodbye and good riddance, then threw the orange monsters into the fire and stepped back to watch them go away for good. He even stayed to watch the fire die down a bit before dousing it with water that he had gathered from the air. He finally went to the academy to see Iruka-sensei after that. The academy was pretty much empty. There were almost no teachers and almost no students. In fact, Iruka and a few other teachers may have been the only ones who just gave the graduation test to their class. They likely had to make profiles of the students who passed and take care of the paperwork for the ones who didn't. It didn't take Naruto long to get to Iruka-sensei's office and knock on the door. Someone on the other side of the door said, "Come in." He did what he was told and opened the door, then walked in and shut it behind him. He saw that his teacher had a lot of bandages under his clothes when he looked at him. Naruto asked, "Hey Iruka-sensei, how are you today?" Iruka saw Naruto's worried face and said, "Hi Naruto. I'm fine. I'll be back in great shape a few days after team assignments." Naruto let out a short sigh of happiness. That's good to hear. Iruka checked Naruto out and finally saw that just looking at his student wasn't making him blind. "I like the new clothes, Naruto. What happened to the old ones?" With a big smile on his face, Naruto said, "I just finished cleaning them." "Cleansed? What do you mean?" "I lit a fire and burned them," Naruto said. Seeing Iruka's shocked face, he then asked her another question. "You didn't think I liked wearing, oh here I am. Please kill me now, orange did you?" "I was under that impression. Why else would someone wear clothes like that?" Iruka asked me. Not to be taken seriously, Naruto replied simply. Who would take someone who acts like an idiot and wears clothing like that seriously? "I see. Well, I can't really blame you. Being underestimated is actually a very good thing to be in the shinobi world. Well, I promised to teach you a jutsu that I created, right?" Naruto asked, his voice almost too excited to hold in. "What kind of jutsu is it? Remember several years ago when you asked me how I always found you?" Naruto answered, "I'm curious." "Yeah. Well, I'm going to teach you the jutsu I always used to find you," said Iruka. He asked, "So you're going to teach me a jutsu that lets me find people?" "No, this is closer to a sensory technique. It is called Chakra Hankyute no Jutsu, Chakra Echolocation Technique. It sends out a pulsive, I guess you could say, specially cultivated chakra. Because of the slightly different nature of the chakra, it will bounce off of anything it touches, and when it does it alerts you. This in essence allows you to sense your surroundings. If you become good enough with it, you can even sense chakra signatures of different people and things. That is actually how I always found you, by recognizing your chakra signature. There are 2 downsides to this jutsu, one of which will probably not apply to you. First, this jutsu takes a lot of chakra to perform. Considering I saw you make hundreds of Kage Bunshin yesterday, I don't think you have to worry about that. He's right, but not just one reason. This is the same reason I get almost half of a Kage Bunshin's chakra back when I get rid of it. Because of how my chakra is set up, I should be able to get back about half of the chakra I need to do this technique. The other downside is that it takes a great deal of time to get used to the information that you receive and learn to sort it out. There are only 3 hand seals that you use for this technique, but you also have to remember to compress and expel the chakra when you do it. The seals are dragon, bird, dragon. You try it. Naruto did what Iruka told him to do and sealed his hands while saying, Chakra Hankyute no Jutsu. When the jutsu worked, he remembered to first squeeze the chakra it summoned and then let it go. Just like when he got rid of a Kage Bunshin, he got a slight headache right away. Also, just like a Kage Bunshin, the headache went away right away. He got a very clear picture of how the academy building was laid out and the feeling that there were 3 people in the building besides them. To this new sense, the people seemed to shine. It was probably their chakra, but each person shone in a different way. That's probably what Iruka-sensei meant when she talked about chakra signatures. I could feel them all over the building. I'm interested. As quickly as possible, Naruto made the hand seals again. He used more chakra this time to do it. He felt the whole academy building and some of the grounds outside of it, just like the first time. The headache was mild, but it went away even faster. That's interesting. What if Naruto used the same amount of chakra as the first time to make the hand seals, but he squished it together much more before letting it go. He hardly noticed the headache this time before it went away. He could feel more of his surroundings than when he had more chakra, even though he had less of a headache. Very interesting. I think I could use this jutsu in the same way that I used the sealing jutsu and Kage Bunshin. It's very helpful right now, but it would be even better if I could use it without having to call out the name or use hand seals. When I get there, I bet I could use it to work on my chakra control. First I did it with a lot of chakra, then I tried to squeeze my chakra so that it could cover the same area with less chakra, and so on, until it needed very little chakra. If it ever gets that good, I'm sure I could use it to be aware of my surroundings almost all the time. But I could use more chakra and more compression to sense things farther away. This jutsu has a lot of potential. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, this is great. I like it just as much as strong jutsu that can do a lot of damage, Naruto said as he made the hand seals again and squeezed the chakra as hard as he could. You're welcome, Naruto. Just out of curiosity, but do you feel tired at all after performing it 4 times? Iruka asked me. No, it uses less than 1/50th of the amount that it takes to make a Kage Bunshin, and I seem to be recovering a respective amount of the chakra I used each time. Wow, Iruka thought he might be able to go even further than I thought. Not having enough chakra to do it more than 20 times an hour is stopping me. Naruto, on the other hand, could probably do it non-stop for an hour and not even notice how much chakra is being used up. Iruka was a little sad that he couldn't spend more time with his student. I'm glad you like it, but could you let me finish my paperwork? The amount of paperwork I have to fill out without an assistant is crazy, especially since my class just graduated, he asked. Thanks again, Iruka-sensei. I have to go get my picture taken and give it to Gigi anyway, Naruto said. Just go to the Hokage Tower. There is a photographer there between graduation and team assignments, so they can take care of everything there. As Naruto left Iruka's office, he said, Great, thanks Iruka-sensei. He then sealed his hands together to use the jutsu again. Naruto walked slowly to the Hokage Tower, using the new move Iruka-sensei had taught him almost all the time. He said the name more and more quietly as he walked until it was just a bit louder than a normal voice. Of course, he got some very strange looks until he got it that quiet. As he walked into the tower, he asked the front desk worker where he could get a picture taken for his shinobi ID. She showed him to a room on the 2nd floor without making a face. He did what she said and went into a small room where a fat man with a beard was standing next to a camera on a tripod that made it shoulder height. He was told to sit down in a chair that was facing the camera by the man. Okay kid, sit there and I will take the picture. He quickly sat down as he was told. The man paused as Naruto's face changed to a mostly serious look with a hint of his usual sly grin. Good, now wear whatever expression you want to be on your shinobi registration. Okay then in 3, 2, 1 now. The camera flashed, but it went away quickly. He or she took something from the camera and left the room. He came back into the room a few minutes later and gave Naruto a picture. Here you go. You know where to take this, right? Naruto said, yeah, thanks for taking it for me, even though he thought the photographer might not have treated him the same way if they knew who he was. Naruto left the photographer's room and went up the stairs. When Naruto got to the top floor, he was about to walk right by the secretary's desk, but she stopped him. Uzumaki-san, the Hokage is in an important meeting. Could you please wait here for him to finish? Naruto agreed and sat down in one of the chairs in the waiting room. He was surprised that she had stopped him because she had never done that before. After a short time, Danzo came out of the Hokage's office. He walked past him after giving him a cold look that looked a lot like the ones Mizuki had given him. Naruto turned on his kitsune and almost passed out from gasping. He didn't like how Danzo was making him feel, either with the look or the general unease he gave off. He got up right away and went into the office of the Hokage. Naruto walked up to the desk and put up a sound barrier around it, making it sound like only they and the Hokage could be heard. Naruto asked right away, Gigi, what's wrong with that Danzo guy? The professor was interested and asked, what do you mean, Naruto? What do I mean? The chakra signature of that guy's right eye and arm don't match his body, and the arm itself has several chakra signatures. There are 6 different signatures, one that covers almost the entire arm and 5 others with 2 spots at various places on the arm. But the eye feels really weird, almost like I've seen it before. I see. Do you? The old man began, but stopped when an Anbu with a cat mask showed up next to him. What is it, cat? The man in the cat mask said, Sir, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Of course I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be, sir? Despite the fact that I could tell you and Uzumaki-san were talking, I couldn't hear you. He turned around and looked at Naruto once more. I see, that is fine. You are dismissed to return to position. While saluting, the Anbu in the cat mask said, yes sir. And then he was gone again. Naruto turned on his kitsune again because he wanted to look around the room. He saw the normal 3 Anbu hiding in the room. He even saw that the Anbu with the cat mask had a chakra signature that looked a lot like Danzo's arm. Maybe it has something to do with a bloodline, Naruto thought as the Anbu was going away. The teacher looked right through Naruto and asked, so Naruto, why can't my Anbu hear us? Sorry about that, Gigi. I created a small sound barrier around the 2 of us in your desk before I started talking. I remembered that you said that Danzo was one of the elders, so I didn't want what I was saying to be overheard, Naruto said. I appreciate the forethought. But what I meant was, how did you create the barrier? Naruto replied, it's a seal I have that stops sound from leaving a certain area around me. He then swore at himself for showing more than he had planned. The old man calmed down a bit. Well, thank you for doing that. It would be bad if Danzo found that I knew about that. No problem, Gigi, Naruto said, sighing happily to himself. Did you recognize the chakra signatures? No, I didn't, sorry Gigi. The Hokage said, that's fine. Just let me know when you find out what it matches. Naruto said, I understand, showing that he agreed. So what did you come for in the first place, my boy? The old man asked Naruto as he sat down in the chair in front of his desk. Naruto grabbed the picture and handed it to his teacher. You told me to get my picture taken and bring it to you this weekend. So here I am and here it is. He turned off the sound barrier while he did that. After taking the picture, the Hokage looked at it for a moment and then back at Naruto. I see you have changed your clothes. Yep. The orange monstrosities no longer served any purpose, so I changed into something a bit more appropriate. Hiruzen put the picture in a folder and said, I can see that. They look good on you. Much more fitting for a shinobi. Now that that is complete, you are set. Just remember to be at the academy at 8 a.m. on Monday. Naruto said, okay, thanks Gigi. See you around, getting ready to leave the office, but before he could go far, the door burst open. As he ran through the door and fell on his face, a little boy in a yellow t-shirt, light green shorts, and a strange helmet with an open top said, fight me, old man. The boy had spiked brown hair and a bright blue scarf that was so long it laid on the ground. As he slowly got up, he rubbed his forehead with his hand. The child said, damn it. Why was there a trap? as a man in all black clothes and a black hite styled like a bandana followed him through the door. The man asked the boy, "Are you okay?" as he looked around. As soon as his eyes hit Naruto, they turned evil. Naruto was trying hard not to laugh the whole time this was going on, until the little kid walked up to him. "I know. I bet you were the one who set the trap." Naruto told the kid, "Dream on. You tripped over your own scarf." He then picked up the kid and planned to help him get back on his feet because it looked like he was going to trip again. "Hey Naruto," the man said before Naruto could set the child down. "Set him down. He's the Hokage's grandson." Says Sarutobi Konohamaru, "You can't do anything to me because I'm the Hokage's grandson." Konohamaru was sure that Naruto wouldn't hurt him, just like he hadn't hurt anyone else. Naruto punched the kid in the head lightly and said, "You know what, kid? I only picked you up to put you back on your feet, but I've changed my mind." He didn't want to take the kid to the hospital after all. Naruto told the old Hokage, "Now I'll see you next time," as he left. Naruto did nothing the rest of the day. He would have, but Konohamaru kept following him. When the little brat tried to hide behind a sheet made to look like fence boards, Naruto finally had enough. The little brat was holding the sheet the wrong way, with the boards lying flat instead of standing up straight. "Stop following me, you little brat. You couldn't fool anyone with a disguise like that." The sheet was moved down so that Konohamaru's face was no longer covered. "Hee. Impressive, to see through my disguise like that." Naruto said, "Kid, look down and tell me what you see." After taking a quick glance down, Konohamaru turned his attention back to Naruto, the ground. Naruto hit him in the face with his hand and then pulled it down his face. "I meant look at your disguise." This time, Konohamaru looked at his mask. "What about it?" Naruto just let out a frustrated sigh. "Now look at the fence beside you and compare the two. What do you see?" Konohamaru turned his head to the side and blushed. "Just what I would expect. From now on I'll call you boss. But in exchange, please teach me the jutsu you used to knock Gramps out with. Please, please boss." Once more, Naruto let out a frustrated sigh. "What the hell, I've got nothing better to do today. I'll teach you a couple of things but I can't teach you that jutsu," Naruto said, and his face fell, "but maybe we'll find something else that will do the same thing. Let's go to a free training ground for now." "Okay boss," Konohamaru said as they walked to the gym. "Before anything else, you really have to work on your stealth. You could never sneak up on anyone, let alone the Hokage, like you did. But what can you do? Can you do the leaf concentration exercise? The tree climbing exercise?" "Of course I can do leaf concentration and climb trees. I didn't ask if you could climb trees, I asked if you could do the tree climbing exercise," Naruto said. The samurai asked, "What is the difference?" "I'll take that as a no matter, I'll show you when we get to the training ground." There was a brief moment of silence, which was unusual for Naruto around the active boy. They then went to training ground 15, which was empty that day. Naruto walked up to a tree and began to climb up the side. He said, "Now watch. This is the tree climbing exercise." "Wow, boss, that's awesome. You must be a super shinobi to do that," Konohamaru yelled with joy. Naruto stood on the branch of the tree and looked at Konohamaru. "Not really," he said. "This is one of the most basic exercises for chakra control. It is a genin level technique, but you have to know it before you can anything better. Doing this makes your chakra reserves grow so you can do more jutsu before you get tired." Since Naruto was just jumping back down, Konohamaru asked, "Really, such an awesome technique is so easy. How do you do it?" "I never said it was easy, just where you have to start. Come over here and lay on the ground with your feet touching the tree." As Konohamaru did what Naruto told him to do, he asked, "Like this?" "Good. Now channel chakra to one foot and make it stick to the tree. To make sure it is sticking you just try to pull it off. If it comes off just add more chakra. If you add too much chakra you will feel like you are being pushed away. Once you get it down with one foot, try it with the other. When you can do it with both feet, slowly try and walk up the tree. Just remember, when you try to walk you have to release the grip your chakra has on the tree with the foot you want to move. If you get too tired and feel like you can't do anymore, stop. That means you have used up almost all of your chakra. I'll warn you right now, This will take a long time to master, as it is only mastered when you can walk up and down a tree for an hour straight without feeling like you have to stop. Now get to it. After about 2 hours, Konohamaru had mastered it well enough to take a few slow steps before he failed. He finally had to stop because he was too tired to go on. Naruto was sitting next to him on a log. "So kid, why do you attack your grandpa all the time?" Based on his reaction, "I think it happens all the time," Naruto asked his friend, who was young. "My name, Konohamaru, is something that grandpa gave me. You would think that people could remember it considering I'm named after the village. But no, whenever people look at me they only see the Hokage's grandson, they never call my name, they never see me for me. I'm sick of people only seeing my grandpa's shadow, so I'm going to become Hokage and throw one that makes his completely vanish. He is like me in that people don't see him for who he is, but for who he is related to. They don't see me for who I am, but for the Kyuubi. Stupid, it's not that easy to become Hokage. Some jerk couldn't become Hokage just to be noticed. You've got it backwards. You become Hokage after being noticed. Anyway, you won't get there before me," Naruto said, watching Konohamaru's eyes widen in shock. "Forget that for now, get back to it." A voice called out, and both boys turned to look at it. Konohamaru was putting his foot on the tree to take his first step. "I found you." The boy's teacher, Ebisu, was sitting on a branch behind where Naruto was sitting to watch Konohamaru. When Naruto looked at Ebisu from this angle, he could see the cold eyes shining through his sunglasses. It didn't take Ebisu long to jump off the thing he was standing on and land behind Naruto, putting him between the student and the teacher. "Now let's go home, young master." Konohamaru is stuck with another jerk who doesn't see him for what he is, or me for anything but the Kyuubi. "No, I'm going to get strong enough to beat that old geezer and take the Hokage title. Don't get in my way," Konohamaru said loudly. Ebisu walked up to them with his hands up, as if he were trying to calm them down. A Hokage must be well taught in every part of being a shinobi. He must be a master of at least 1,000 skills, and only then. Ebisu asked Konohamaru when he finally noticed his strange stance. "The tree climbing exercise. There is no way. If you hang out with trash like him, you'll get stupid," Ebisu told Konohamaru as he tried to pull him away with his scarf. Konohamaru used chakra to stick to the tree, but Ebisu didn't notice. "Just do what I say, young master. My teachings are the easiest way for you to become Hokage. Now let's go home." Konohamaru yelled, "Let me go." They were both stopped in their tracks when they heard a sound. Naruto laughed so hard that he could barely speak. "PFT. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's rich. You, a shortcut to be Hokage. Who do you think you are?" Ebisu was very proud and said, "I am an elite tutor. I have taught many future Hokage candidates. I am the shortcut to becoming Hokage." "Okay, Mr. Elite Tutor, name one person who has been Hokage or is running for Hokage." Naruto waited a minute to see if anyone would answer. No answer, I see. Not surprising considering that with that bullshit you spouted when you arrived. There is no way anyone you teach could ever become Hokage. Shortcut to become Hokage, my ass. That is such utter bull. There is no shortcut if you want to become Hokage. It is true that you must become a master of many skills, but even if you do so, if you don't earn the respect necessary, you will never become Hokage. As he walked toward Naruto, Ebisu yelled, "Why, you little brat?" Seeing how angry Ebisu looked, Naruto quickly set up the same sleep seal he had used on the Hokage. He probably wasn't getting the full effect of the seal because his anger was making his chakra flare up without him realizing it. Instead of going to sleep, Ebisu was just barely not losing consciousness. "Wow, I have to say I'm impressed. The move you're caught in knocked out the Hokage with ease." "Well, it doesn't matter," Naruto said as he sent a little more chakra into the seal, which made it visible for a second and knocked Ebisu out. "That was great, boss. You beat my tutor. I really want people to notice me, but," Konohamaru said as Naruto hit the younger boy on the head with the edge of his hand. "Didn't you listen to anything I said? It isn't going to be that easy. The Hokage is the title given not only to the strongest shinobi in the village but to the smartest and most respected. If you really want an awesome title like Hokage, one which everyone will acknowledge, there are no shortcuts." When Konohamaru thought about everything Naruto had said, one phrase stuck out. "You become Hokage only after you get recognized. Anyway, You're not going to get there before me. Whatever. Stop lecturing me like you know everything. From now on you aren't my boss anymore. From now on we're rivals. If that is what you want, you have a lot of catching up to do. As of Monday I will be taking my first step as a shinobi. I am going to be a genin. But as long as you keep trying, I will fight you for the title of Hokage One Dia, Naruto said, waved as he left Konohamaru. The next day, Naruto went as far away as he could and still be safe. This was a fair distance, since he could always hear Ishin back to the bathroom in his apartment, which was the only room without windows. He was going to do something he had meant to do for a long time. He would have done it in his dimension scroll on the training grounds, but he wasn't sure what would happen when he called on a pocket dimension. So Naruto found himself in a big field a long way from training ground 44. Naruto decided to call on Gamakichi first. He bit his right thumb and wiped some blood on the tattoo that said, "Call," while focusing about the same amount of chakra he would need for a Kage Bunshin. There was a cloud of smoke in front of him as soon as he did. After the smoke cleared, Gamakichi was in front of him. It made Gamakichi happy to see his friend again. "Hey Naruto, how have you been? I see you got rid of the orange since I last saw you." "Hey Kichi, I'm doing well. I just graduated from the academy yesterday and I decided that it had served its purpose, so I got rid of it. So how have you been doing?" Naruto asked back. "Oh, I've been good. I've been learning some techniques. I can make oil for the Gamayu Enden and use Kaden. Enden. So why'd you call me today?" "I decided it was time to summon your dad, but I wanted you to introduce us." "Great. Pops has been wondering when he would get to meet you." Naruto said, "All right, let's do this." He then bit his thumb and wiped it on the tattoo again. This time, though, he used enough chakra to make 100 Kage Bunshin. When he did, there was smoke everywhere, but it quickly cleared up. The rust-red head of a giant toad that was taller than the Hokage Tower was where Naruto stood. The toad had a pipe sticking out of his mouth and wore a navy blue vest with white lines running through it. He also had a big sword that looked like a dagger. "Jiraiya, get back here, you little lecher. Why did you call me to a place like this?" Gamabunta asked. The giant toad could see Naruto because he walked up to the front of its head. "Sorry about that, Gamabunta-sama. I just thought it was a good time to finally meet you since I just graduated from the academy. I only called you way out here because I'm not yet ready to expose the fact that I am capable of doing so." "So you're Naruto, huh? Nice to meet you, kid, but why are you calling me Gamabunta-sama?" "That's what Two-san said he called you, so I just followed his example," Naruto said. "Yeah, Minato always did call me Gamabunta-sama, but I always told him to call me Gamabunta, so I will say the same to you." "Okay. Gamabunta it is." Gamakichi finally spoke up and said, "Hey Pops." "Gamakichi, is that you?" Gamabunta jumped right next to Naruto to get a better look at him. "Yep, it's me Pops." "What are you doing here?" Nairo said. "I wanted my friend to be here when I met his dad." Gamabunta took the pipe out of his mouth and blew a big smoke ring. "I see," he said. "Do you need anything else, kid?" "No, I just summoned you so I could finally meet Gamakichi's Two-san." Gamabunta said, "Well, it's nice to meet you, kid. Feel free to call us whenever you need us." Then he looked at her with a mean look in his eyes. "Oh yeah, if Jiraiya ever tries to teach you to summon us, summon me. I've got a thing or two to say to him." When Gamabunta was done talking, his tongue shot out and grabbed Naruto, putting him on the ground before disappearing in a puff of smoke. "It looks like Pops likes you," Gamakichi said over Naruto's shoulder before being wiped out himself. Since he was by himself, Naruto began the long journey home by practicing the jutsu Iruka sensei taught him along the way. The next day, Naruto was happy that no one was staring at him as he walked toward the academy. Of course, he knew they would come back as soon as the villagers found out it was him. He knew he was early when he got to the academy. He could only feel Iruka in his classroom when he used the chakra echolocation technique. That didn't bother him as he walked into class, sat down in his usual spot, and put his head on the desk. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to get a clear picture of the room and the things in it without opening them. When he got good enough, he hoped that he would be able to sense things that were as clear as writing on paper. He kept using this new sense and could tell when his classmates were coming in. He chose to use their chakra signatures to try to figure out who they were. Actually, it was pretty easy. This is likely because he spent so much time with most of them. A happy signature called Choji felt hungry and kind. Hinata felt like kinder water. Shikamaru felt smart but very lazy. Sakura felt like a spring day and almost as smart as Shikamaru, if in a less calculated way. Shino felt like a many being, and Sasuke felt like a very strong shield with a few cracks that were almost gone, as if they had been slowly healing. The only two that really stood out to him were Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, who both made him feel like the other and a little wild, and Yamanaka Ino, who made him feel like a flower-scented intruder, if that makes any sense. It was hard to tell what the other people in the class were feeling because they didn't have much chakra. A student he was having trouble figuring out walked up to him and spoke to him. This broke his thoughts. "Naruto, what the hell are you doing here? Only those that passed the exam are supposed to be here." Naruto heard snorts from Sakura and Shikamaru as he raised his head. Naruto tapped the Hite-8 that was tied to his forehead and said, "Are you blind? The fact that I am wearing this Hite-8 generally means that I passed." Almost everyone stopped talking when Naruto said something smart. His friends were the only ones who didn't speak up. As soon as everyone turned their attention to him, they realized that he wasn't wearing the orange that they had come to associate with him. "You finally chose to come out of hiding," Shikamaru said. "Yeah, it had served its purpose and is no longer necessary, so I decided to stop wasting the effort," Naruto replied. Sakura said to Naruto from behind, "You look good in that." "Thanks, Sakura." Shino turned around to look at Naruto and asked, "My Kakaichu sensed something strange about your clothes. Would you care to share?" He told Shino, "Maybe later, but not now, understood?" Ino asked in a mean voice, "Is that really Naruto? He looks good, but not nearly as good as you, Sasuke-kun." Naruto didn't look at Ino and asked, "So how are Natsumi-chan and Makoto-san doing, Sasuke?" "They're fine. Natsumi follows me around and watches me train when she's not asking me to teach her. Ka-san is fine too. She's been spending a lot of time in the garden and—" Sasuke began, but Iruka-sensei interrupted him. The phrase, "Okay class," from Iruka finally got everyone's attention. "You are all Shanin now, but you are only Genin. You have a long journey ahead of you, but soon you will be sent on missions to help the village." "Mizuki-sensei, Iruka-sensei, where are you?" a student Naruto didn't know very well asked. "He has been reassigned," Iruka said calmly. "Like I said, you will be put on a 3-person team with a Junin-sensei from today on, and you must follow his instructions to finish your missions. We've tried to make teams that are balanced. Team 1 is going to be—" He stopped paying attention to the other teams and only cared about the ones his friends were on. It took a while for him to hear Sakura's name called. Team 7 will be made up of Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. There will be Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino on Team 8. "No," Ino screamed in shock. "I'm stuck with the lazy, lardy pair." Iruka chose to ignore Ino and kept talking. Team 9 is still around from last year. There will be Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino on Team 10. You will meet your Junin sensei this afternoon, and until then, you are free. After Iruka sensei finally let them go, they started to talk. Naruto quickly went to Sasuke and Sakura and asked, "Do you two want to go get some Ichiraku ramen with me?" "Sure," Sasuke replied. Sakura quickly replied, "Okay, I'm in." The new team quickly left the academy and went to Ichiraku ramen. As soon as they walked in, Ayame saw them. This happened several times. He asked Naruto, "How is our favorite customer today? Also, I like your new clothes." "Hey, Sasuke and Sakura. How about you?" she asked, knowing Sasuke and Sakura from other times they had met up after training. "We're fine, Ayame-ne-chan. We're just having fun now that we're a Genin team. What about you?" "Why?" Naruto asked. "A Genin team? You finally did it, did you? And finally got rid of that orange target you used to wear too, about time," Tucci said as he came out of the kitchen. "Well, those clothes served their purpose, and if I wanted I could still be wearing orange, even as I sit here." "How is Naruto?" Sasuke asked. Naruto put chakra into the color-shifting seal in his shirt, which turned the characteristic orange color of his clothes before going back to navy blue. Like this, he said. I thought it would be a great way to hide my body, especially if I put on the hood. Then I don't need chakra for genjutsu. Sakura said, I have to say that is impressive. Enough with my clothes. May I have 2 miso, one with pork and one with beef? Please keep them coming back to back, Ayame-ne-chan. Sasuke said, please have 1 chicken. Sakura asked, please give me 1 vegetable. And Tucci said, coming right up, as he went back into the kitchen. How did you get those clothes? Sasuke asked. Well, I bought the clothes from Higurashi Weapons and sealed them so they could do that. Do you remember the crazy teacher incident that caused the academy to be closed for 3 days? Yes, I've never laughed so hard in my life as I did when I saw Mizuki. Do you mean that you did it? Why? Sakura asked. Yes, I put some seals in a trap, and when they went into the teacher's lounge, they turned into that. Naruto said, anyway, I used a weaker version on my clothes so I could change their color whenever I wanted. She looked down at herself and saw that her clothes were almost as much of a target as Naruto's orange ones. Hey Naruto, could you put that seal on my clothes? Even though I like my clothes, they do stand out. If I could change them, they would still look good. HN. Sasuke, what did I say about your one-word answer? He then turned to Sakura and said, sure, I could put the seal on you, but you'll have to give me the clothes you wanted on. Then their ramen came. Ayame told them, 1 vegetable, 1 miso, and 1 chicken. They quickly finished their ramen and headed back to the academy because they didn't want to make their sensei feel bad by keeping him or her waiting. When they got there, they just in time to see Yuhi Kurenai, a beautiful woman with black hair and red eyes, take Team 8 and Sarutobi Asuma, a laid-back man with black hair that is a little spiky and a black beard, take Team 10. Soon after, the other teams left, leaving only Team 7. After being kept waiting for almost an hour for their lost sensei, the 3 of them were getting antsy. I thought we would make a good impression when we got back from lunch quickly, but we didn't. When Sakura got angry, she almost yelled, our sensei has to be the one Junin that can't get here on time. If he doesn't get here within 10 minutes I'm going to have to repeat that prank I told you about at lunch, Naruto chose. At the same time that Sakura said, poor guy, Sasuke said, I almost feel sorry for our Junin. The door to the classroom creaked open, and a man with silver hair that defies gravity and a hite over his left eye stuck his head through it. Naruto was about to carry out his threat. Why does this guy look like someone I know? Naruto asked himself. How many people have hair like that? Of course, that Anbu. It was hard for Kakashi not to feel a little scared when he stuck his head through the door and felt the anger leaving his genin. How do I say this? My first impression of you 3 is. You are scary, he said in a deadpan but still sarcastic voice. Meet me up on the roof in 5 minutes. Soon, Naruto quickly used Iruka's skill to sense that someone was on the roof and quickly learned that the person's chakra signature belonged to Kakashi-sensei. So what do you guys think? Should we hurry and go through the halls, or should we take our time and walk up the outside wall to shock him? Naruto asked with joy. Sasuke said, I support the wall. Yes, me too, Sakura said. Naruto walked over to an open window and said, wall it is then. He then began to walk up the wall. When he realized no one was following him, he turned back to the classroom and said, let's go. As Kakashi sat on the edge of the roof and looked at the door that led to the roof, he heard a noise behind him. When he turned around, he saw something that made his one visible eye go wide and form under his mask. It was his 3 new genin walking toward him up the outside wall of the academy. Since Sasuke is from a clan and has a teacher, he might be able to understand that. But how could his other 2 genin do it too? That shouldn't be possible, especially since they were doing it perfectly and looked like they were used to it. If they were so good at that, what else could they do? When the 3 genin got close to the roof, they saw their sensei look at them with wide eyes. At first, he looked surprised, but it didn't last long. Wow, I didn't think any new genin could wall walk that well, but I have 3. In order to start, Kakashi-sensei told his team, come up here and sit in front of me. I'll show you around. He pointed to the roof in front of him and waited for them to sit down. Let's talk about names, likes and dislikes, future hopes and dreams, hobbies, and other things like that. What say you, sensei? Have a turn. Sakura told her. All right. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I'm not going to tell you what I like and don't like because it's my business. Kakashi deadpanned and looked bored the whole time. My dreams for the future. Well, I do have a lot of hobbies. Naruto looked at his sensei and scratched his hair while telling his teammates, so all Doggy told us was his name. He could see their sensei's eyes widen again and then change into what looked like a smile with only one eye. What did you call him? Sasuke asked. Well, he smells like dogs, Naruto said right away after he hesitated. Now it's your turn. Let's begin on the left. Kakashi spoke up and said, You're up, Pinky. My name is Haruno Sakura, Sakura said to their teacher. I enjoy reading and being with my friends. I don't like perverts or people who don't take me seriously. I want to be a great kunoichi, and then I'll worry about everything else. Spending time with my friends and learning about medicine and genjutsu are some of my favorite things to do. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said, You next, Black Top. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke told Kakashi. They're important to me, and I hate people who would put them in danger. My dream is to bring my clan back to life and kill someone if I ever find him. I like to work out and hang out with my sister for fun. Kakashi looked at his last student and said, You're up, Blonde. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said as he quickly looked at his friends and then back at their teacher. It's my friends, working out, and ramen that I like. People who are always late or who could hurt my friends bother me. My goal is to become respected in the village and maybe even become Hokage one day. I like to train and do fuinjutsu for fun. I thought Kakashi was a fangirl and Uchiha was a sad emo who only wanted revenge, but thank you Kami, I was wrong. Naruto, on the other hand, surprised me the most. He recognized me, wants to be Hokage, and knows what he needs to do to get there. Plus, he's not wearing orange and looks like a shinobi, which is a plus. After a quick scan of his possible genin, Kakashi said, Well, that's it. Tomorrow we'll start our duties. What kind of responsibilities? Naruto asked with excitement. We're going to do something with just the four of us first. The two of them both said, What? At the same time. Survival training. She asked, but didn't we do enough of that at the academy? This time your opponent will be me, Kakashi says with a small laugh. Is this going to be different? This time, Kakashi just laughs. What is so funny? Asked Sasuke. It's just that I'm pretty sure that you are going to explode after I get to this next bit. Once Naruto spoke up again, he asked, Why would we explode? The 27 people who graduated this year will only become genin 9 times, the rest will go back to the academy for another year. The survival training will be a test that 66% of people will fail, Kakashi said, enjoying the looks that his 3 students were giving him. There seems to be a problem here. Since there is a 66% chance of failing, the way he says it makes it sound like it's just one person, but there will actually be 3 teams of 3 because 9 people are chosen. He thought, but he made sure that his thoughts didn't show on his face. He seems to be getting us ready for something. Sakura lost her temper and asked, What the hell? What was the point of passing the exams if you're just going to test us? Kakashi looked back over his shoulder as he left and said, Oh those. They were just to get rid of people who have no chance of becoming genin. You will be tested tomorrow. Meet me at Training Ground 7 at 8 a.m. and bring all of your shinobi tools. Oh, and you might want to skip breakfast, otherwise you will throw up. That was Ida. Kakashi was gone in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 of them on the roof behind. He asked, Do you guys want to come over to my apartment? It could be important. That's okay, Sakura said. Sasuke said, Why not? They left the roof like Kakashi did, but they didn't go up and down the stairs like Kakashi did. Instead, they just walked out of the academy building. When Naruto got home, he told his teammates to sit down while he blocked the windows and made a privacy barrier. For a second, the walls lit up blue. Sasuke didn't miss that. Sasuke got up and asked, What was that, Naruto? That was me being slightly paranoid and creating a privacy seal. Now nothing we say can be overheard by someone listening from outside. Naruto told me. Why put in all that work? Sakura asked. I think Kakashi-sensei wants to see how we react to his test, Naruto said as he silently made 3 hand seals and used the technique Iruka had taught him. While he was getting the information from the technique, He could feel Kakashi's chakra signature outside his window. Naruto chose not to say anything about Kakashi being there. Sasuke asked, "Why? Let me first ask this. How much of his misdirection did you see through?" For a short time, there was silence before Sakura spoke. The number of graduates he chose. Why did he say there would be 9? Was it just to tell us that 2/3 RDS of us would graduate? More like, why was he trying to make us work against each other as much as him? Sasuke spoke up. "There is no way we can beat a Junin by ourselves. You try fighting my Ka-san for a while and you won't question that, and the scary thing is that she was a relatively unknown Junin while Kakashi-sensei is pretty famous. I used to hear my clan talking about him. They didn't like him, but he was well known. Actually, I didn't think of that point. I just realized that since 9 people would be passing, there would have to be 3 groups of 3, while the 66% that fail would be the remaining 6 groups of 3, said Naruto. So the test is at least partially about teamwork. I mean, he was trying to make us work against each other after all, Sakura said cautiously. That and the fact that he wants us to go to a test at less than our best, Naruto thought. Considering today, he will probably show up late again tomorrow. So if we didn't eat, he would probably be able to use it against us. I'm definitely going to eat breakfast. If I throw up, I throw up. I'd rather be forced to throw up than be forced to fight without eating. The girl said, I agree. I'm not going to take a test that my future depends on in anything other than perfect condition. Not to mention, he never actually ordered us not to eat. Same here, not that Ka-san would let me do otherwise anyway, Sasuke said. Now that that is decided, how far should we go against him? Naruto was curious. Sasuke made up his mind. I'm going all out. I won't wear my weights and I'll deactivate the resistance seal. Sakura looked at Sasuke and chose to go with him. I'll do the same. Both of them looked at Naruto with hope. Naruto said in a shaky voice, I guess I could lower my resistance seal to level 7. Drop it to level 7. What level are you on? Sasuke was about to blow up. Naruto scratched the back of his head with his right hand as he felt nervous. A little voice said, level 14 inches, as he looked at the ground. That made both of his friends speechless for a short time. Naruto was getting scared, so he looked up again and saw that his friends were still staring at him with their mouths open. It made them even more scared when Naruto walked up to them and waved. They woke up right away and were shocked as they looked at him. Sakura asked, how are you even at level 14? Naruto replied, I used mine about 3 years before I used yours. After a moment of thought, Sasuke looked away. That makes sense. If we had had the resistance seals that long, we would be at a higher level too. Sakura chose to talk about something else. So what should we do about this survival training that Kakashi-sensei has planned? I don't think we can make plans just yet, but since I can make shadow clones, I'll send one to meet sensei tomorrow. That way, if we need to fight Kakashi-sensei, you can let my clone do it, and we can plan our next move. After giving it some thought, Sakura said, okay. But you're right, we can't make any plans if we don't know what our goal is. As Sasuke got up to leave, he said, that sounds good. See you two tomorrow at 8 a.m. Then Sakura got up, and the two of them quickly left to get ready for their test. Naruto got to Training Ground 7 at 8:05 a.m. and saw both of his teammates sitting with their backs against training posts. The posts were close to a bridge that crossed a small river. He spoke up while sitting down with his back to the third post. How much do you want to bet that Kakashi-sensei is at least an hour late? Sasuke said, not worth it, you would win. Then screw it. I'm going to get ready, Naruto said as he stood back up and made 2 kage bunshin. The first one sat back down against the post, and the second one turned into a stone. Naruto quickly grabbed the stone and told Sasuke, throw this on the ground to let me know what's going on. How could that work if you threw that on the ground? Sakura asked, interested. When I learned the kage bunshin no jutsu, I found out that when one clone dispels, anything they learn is transferred back to the original. Sasuke told him, fine, go hide. As Naruto ran into the woods, he hid in a tree with lots of leaves and laid down on a branch. Once he was comfortable, he began practicing the sensory jutsu that Iruka had taught him. This time, he tried to get it to work with only 2 hand seals. He did, but everything he sensed was very fuzzy. He kept practicing until everything he sensed started to clear up. When it did, he was surprised to see that Kakashi-sensei was standing still and looking at some kind of stone, having been since he started practicing. He chose to leave it alone because trying to figure out what was going on would put him in danger before the test. Kakashi-sensei finally went to start the survival training after staring at the stone for 2 hours. It took him another 10 minutes to figure out what was going on when Sasuke smashed his rock-shaped shadow clone. It took 2 hours, but Kakashi-sensei finally showed up. Kakashi walked up to them and said, "Good morning, guys. You're behind schedule." In return, they all yelled at Kakashi-sensei. No answer from Kakashi. He just went to the training posts, put an alarm clock on the middle post, and said, "It's set for noon." The 3 genin just looked at him blankly. "Your job is to get these 2 bells from me before time runs out," Kakashi said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 bells to hold between them. "People who don't get a bell by noon won't get lunch." Kakashi waited for a response, like a scowl or a growling stomach. When he didn't get one, he looked a little let down and kept talking. "I'll not only tie you to one of the stumps but also eat in front of you. So that's why he told us not to eat breakfast. I'm so glad we didn't listen to that," was what they all thought. "You only need 1 bell. That means at least 1 person will be tied to a post. Failure means going back to the academy if you don't get a bell," Kakashi said as he watched the genin gulp. "You can use kunai, shuriken, or anything else you want. Know this. You won't be able to kill me if you don't come at me with the intent to kill." All 3 genin did was look at him with serious faces. Kakashi said, "Well, it looks like you're already ready to attack me with the intent to kill. I enjoy being around you. Get ready to start." The Naruto clone saw Kakashi-sensei attach the bells to Kakashi's belt while 2 of his teammates jumped into the woods and another clone stayed there to fight Kakashi. The clone then felt like it was flying through the air and hitting a tree trunk. To quickly find Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto used Iruka's jutsu. He then set out to meet them and finally caught up with them as they jumped through the trees while trying to hold back their chakra as much as possible. Naruto asked, "So what do you 2 think about this bell test?" Sakura was right about the teamwork part. If he didn't believe in it, he wouldn't have 2 bells instead of 3 when you need 3-person teams. Sasuke replied. "What should we do about him?" "Oh," Sakura spoke up. "The problem is those bells. Unless we can stop him for a second, he will just reclaim the bells even if we manage to take them," he said. He thought of a seal that could work. A paralysis seal will stop him, but it will only last a few seconds. He'll be able to fight his way through it, he said. Sasuke almost smiled and said, "I'll distract him with this one I know will work perfectly." Sakura said, "Then I'll get the bells." Naruto looked at Sakura and said, "I have a better idea. I'll use my kunai to cut the bells off of his belt. I'll have to stay still for a moment. Sasuke, you need to use your technique as soon as he freezes up. Sakura, get ready, because I'll throw my kunai right after Sasuke does so. As soon as we start, you need to speed up to get those bells. Is there anything else you want to say?" Both Sakura and Sasuke didn't say anything to show that they agreed, and Naruto asked, "Did you guys take off your weights and turn off the resistance seal?" just before they started. Both of them nodded. Naruto thought to himself, "I guess it was just me then." He shook his head and quickly sent some chakra to his restriction seal and set it to level 7. His second copy was destroyed just as he was done. "I only have 2 things to say. First, Kawarimi, as soon as you hear him say, Konohagakure Taijutsu Ugi, 1000 years of death." Sakura just looked lost. "Why, what is that technique?" "It is a chakra-enhanced ass poke. He destroyed my clone with it. The second thing is that he is a pervert. As soon as my clone started fighting him, he took out a copy of Icha Icha Paradise and started reading it." Sasuke looked really sick. "I really didn't need to know that. Let's worry about that later. Give me 30 seconds to get ready, and then you 2 can begin," Sakura said as she ran into the woods. Naruto and Sasuke left to go back to the clearing after waiting 30 seconds as Sakura had asked. When Naruto got there, he ran toward Kakashi. He didn't even bother with taijutsu. As soon as he was within 5 meters, he yelled, "Sasuke now," and quickly put on a paralysis seal that held Kakashi still. After only a few seconds of being frozen, Naruto could feel Kakashi begin to break the seal. It made him feel better when he heard Sasuke yell, Kaden. Karyu Enden. Fire release. Dragon fire flame bullet. He threw a kunai as soon as he saw the dragon-shaped fireball fly by him. Just as Naruto felt Kakashi-sensei break the seal, his kunai cut the bells off of Kakashi's belt. He knew Kakashi-sensei probably used a kawarimi because no Junin would be caught that easily. But right after the fireball hit, Sakura ran up to them with a happy face. As they were getting ready to party, they heard sobs of sadness. My precious, my poor precious, what have they done to you? After following the voice, they found Kakashi-sensei on his knees holding what was left of his book. It seemed that even though he had gotten away with a kawarimi, he wasn't quick enough, and his book still got burned. When he finally looked up, his eyes were as angry as they could be. Naruto said in a quiet, a little scared voice, you know, I have a feeling it's not a good thing that his book burned. Kakashi-sensei said in a scary voice, okay, I won't be easy on you anymore. He then reached for the bells. Are you following these, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked as she held out the bells and saw their Junin-sensei feel the spot where the bells used to be. How? Hoa? Kakashi was shocked that his genin had not only temporarily paralyzed him and burned his valuable book, but they had also done it as a distraction to get the bells. It wasn't even like he didn't know Naruto had paralyzed Hima, it had to have been Naruto, or that Sasuke had used the Karyu Enden, which he shouldn't have had enough chakra or control over fire to do. Okazu asked, so do we pass Kakashi-sensei? You must first decide who you will give the second bell to, Kakashi said, barely able to keep himself together again. Took a bell in each hand and threw them to both of her teammates, Sakura said, there we go. She looked back and forth between Sasuke and Naruto. We now all have a bell. After all, you never said we had to keep them. Okay, then, you pass, Kakashi said, completely embarrassed by how well his team had worked together. But always remember this. In the shinobi world, people who break the rules are trash, but people who leave their friends are worse than trash. No matter how you get by, now go find yourself. Naruto yelled, Yada, and jumped up and down with joy while grabbing his friends. Meet me here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Office of the Hokage. In his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked with pride at the Junin. These were the men and women who were supposed to teach the next generation of shinobi in Konoha. They were all of his best and brightest, except for Hatake Kakashi, who was running late as usual. As he was about to give up and ask which teams passed, Kakashi walked in. He looked very upset, which made the old Hokage jump. Kakashi, what's wrong? The words, my precious was destroyed, came out of Kakashi's mouth without any thought. He grabbed what was left of his Ika Ika book, which was only the spine and some of the back cover. At that very moment, one of his female Junin started to laugh. Kurenai was able to get out through her laughter, oh that's so rich. I bet you took out your perverted book to read while testing your genin and it got burned while you were underestimating them. Then tell me how they did that. Hiruzen asked in a funny way. Naruto paralyzed me while Sasuke used Kaden. Karyu Enden to distract me and Sakura grabbed the bells that Naruto had cut off with a kunai just before I kawarimied to get away from the fireball. Kakashi told the story and didn't notice that it made the whole room silent. To change the subject, the old Hokage said, well anyway, on to the team who passed. Team 1, fail. Team 2, fail. Team 3, fail. Team 4, fail. Team 5, fail. Team 6, fail. Just about everyone was shocked when Kakashi said, Team 7, pass. He had failed every team before this one. Yuhi Kurenai looked very proud as he said, Team 8, pass. Hiruzen said, Team 9 is already found, so Team 10. Sarutobi Asuma said, Team 10, pass. Because that's everyone. Please fill out the paperwork and send it to me as soon as possible, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. Thrown out. The Hokage was left alone behind a stack of papers when everyone else left the office. The next day, as Kakashi-sensei had said, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke showed up again at 8 a.m. He was not on time. Once more. Now I am willing to bet that unless we do something about him, Kakashi-sensei will be late every day, Naruto said. He looked at Sasuke. What did you have in mind? As of now, nothing. Give me a little while to think about it, said Naruto. Do you two want to spar while we wait for Kakashi-sensei? Okay, I'm in, Sakura said as she looked around at her friends. Sasuke asked, why not? It was Naruto who took in both of his teammates. Just light sparring for now, who knows what Kakashi-sensei will have us do when he gets here. Just at 9 a.m., Kakashi-sensei showed up in a leaf shunshin. When he was seen, he had a smile on one eye and a wave with his right hand. Yo! Sasuke and Sakura yelled, you're late. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life, Naruto said. Kakashi laughed and then looked at him. I'm surprised you didn't say, you're late, he said. Naruto looked at his sensei with serious eyes that had a dark edge to them. What is the point? I've already realized that you are going to be late every single day until we figure out how to prevent it. Kakashi couldn't help but start to shake. I see, we'll save that for later. What can you do? Normally I wouldn't ask, but what you showed yesterday was so far from the normal level for academy students that I want your honest opinion of your own strength and what you want help with. Sakura saw that her friends didn't want to say anything, so she chose to speak up first. I usually wear 35 pounds on each arm and 40 on each leg, though I'm just about ready to increase each one by 5. I also have a resistance seal that is at level 4. That made Kakashi's head snap up. Where did you get a resistance seal? Naruto created it 2 years ago. After that, he looked at Naruto. Naruto, how did you learn to make that seal? Before he thought about the seal on his hand and the books that came out of it, Naruto was about to lose it. I have a storage seal on my right hand. It used to hold books, including a lot of Fuinjutsu books. I learned how to make that and that from those books, Naruto said as he quickly showed that his clothes could change colors. Kakashi went back to Sakura. Sorry about that. The resistance seal is something my sensei created. That you had one was very surprising. Please continue. Okay. Where was I have as close to perfect chakra control as you can get, and I am working on the final stage of nature transformation for my water affinity. Kakashi's eye got even bigger than it was before. I know a few low-level medical techniques in genjutsu that I taught myself, but not many, and no elemental jutsu either. As you might have guessed, those are the 3 aspects, along with taijutsu, that I want to improve in. Next, Kakashi looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, can you go next? I've got this suspicion that Naruto's will be the hardest to take. Naruto laughed about that. Yeah, you're probably right. Sasuke said, okay, I'll go next. Like Sakura, I've got weights that are at 55 and 60 pounds for arms and legs, and I am nearly ready to increase them. My resistance seal is at level 5. I've mastered my secondary affinity for fire and have started on my primary affinity for lightning, though I am only on the leaf exercise. I focused on my fire affinity because I could get my hands on fire jutsu, the most powerful, which I used on you. I know a couple others like Gokaku, Grand Fireball, and Ryuka, Dragon Fire. I would like to learn some lightning jutsu and to activate my Sharingan. Naruto said, this is how you save the best for last. I don't know how much weight I carry, but I have a gravity seal that increases in very small increments when my body is completely used to its current level. The resistance seal I have is at level 14, but I just increased the level recently. Before this, Kakashi was surprised, but this really blew him away. There was a 12-year-old who could move with a level 14 resistance seal and not even try very hard. I have more chakra than Gigi and very good control. I know we can all do the tree climbing, water walking, and kunai balancing exercises, but I can also make chakra strings and have mastered the waterfall climbing exercise. However, despite my good control, I will never be able to use Iryo Jutsu or Genjutsu. My chakra is too chaotic to allow me to do so. But I can break Genjutsu and see at night thanks to my Kitsune. Naruto stopped for a moment. I have mastered my wind and water affinity and am working on the final exercise for earth. I know the Kage Bunshin, and I have to say I love the memory part. I know a couple other jutsu and am working on a few of my own. I am also really good at Kenjutsu, but the sword I'm working on isn't complete yet. It should be in a few days though. As you might have guessed from the seals of Maid and how you ended up paralyzed yesterday, I am very good in fuinjutsu and I can use them in battle in a way that I don't think anyone else can. I don't really know any elemental ninjutsu, so I would like to learn some. Naruto began to think. I think that is about it. Since you three are using resistance seals to train, how are you managing those? We keep them on at all times but train without them 1 day per week, Naruto said. That way we are used to the speed we move without them as well and don't lose coordination with them shut off. Kakashi chose to wait to really think about their skills until he was by himself. Okay, I have to say, I'm beyond impressed. Usually the first thing I would work on is teamwork exercises, and we still might do a few but they won't be first priority. When a team is first made, the team members generally need time to get used to each other and learn how all members work, but you three have obviously worked together before. Did you three train together too? Before he spoke, Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura. Yeah, the three of us, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Hinata all trained together. So we all know each other pretty well. Kakashi said, I see, that makes a lot of sense. Instead of the teamwork exercises we will focus on taijutsu to begin with. The reason I am starting with that is because if you are not good enough at taijutsu, you will get the opportunity to use jutsu. After you get to a certain point, you will train in taijutsu without the resistance seals. At that point I will also start teaching you jutsu. While I can teach you ninjutsu of all elements and some genjutsu for Sakura, I cannot teach you medical ninjutsu, but I will look for someone who can. Sasuke, we will train to awaken your Sharingan. This will consist of you trying to follow movements of me when I am moving faster than you can normally register. We will start there, and if that doesn't work we will think of something else. Naruto, you will start by working on breaking genjutsu without using your eyes, then we will start working on jutsu. Does anyone have any questions? They shook their heads and looked at each other and then at Kakashi. Kakashi said, good, and then rubbed his hands together. In that case let's go to the Hokage Tower and learn the joys of D-rank missions. When they got to the Hokage Tower, they went to the mission assignment desk and saw even more proof of Kakashi-sensei's habit of being late. Almost no missions were left. These people were forced to take on a job to paint a random citizen's fence, which is where they were. Naruto pulled down a paintbrush and said, this is silly. I had heard that D-rank missions were bad, but I never thought that they were just chores. I'd much rather be training than this. Hell, I'd even rather be cloud watching like Shikamaru than doing this. Sakura looked at Naruto with a glare that showed how unhappy she was. We don't like it any better than you, but we have to have at least 10 of these D-rank missions before we can be assigned a higher rank one. Naruto said, I know, but still. Just work faster if you know, Sasuke yelled, so we can finally finish and run. Naruto said, fine, and went back to work. After about an hour, they were finally done painting the fence. Since they were done, Kakashi-sensei told them to return to the desk where they were given the mission and turn in the mission scroll with their client's signature to show that the mission was finished. Okay team, said Kakashi. I'm going to dismiss you for today as I will need to prepare for your training, so meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 8 AM just like today. Naruto told Kakashi, whatever. Then he turned to his friends and said, I'll see you two tomorrow. Sasuke said, see you tomorrow, Naruto. Later, Naruto, Sasuke said again. He went home right away, took the dimension scroll off his back, hung it on the wall, and then opened it. It turned out that time moved at the same speed in the dimension scroll when it wasn't sealed in the storage seal on his hand. Naruto hoped that at least the blood duplication seal was complete as he walked up the long flight of stairs. He really hoped that both of those things were finished, along with the seals he was using on his sword, but he was being honest. It looked like he was lucky. There were no clones working on the blood duplication seal when he got to the top of the stairs. Instead, they were all working on the seals for his sword. As it turned out, having 5 copies of yourself suddenly look at you at the same time was a little unsettling. The 5 clones that were working on the blood duplication seal. The 5 clones disappeared, leaving him with information on how to make his new seal. The seal will be part of the Chishio Bunshin when it is made because it works. The back of the seal paper needs to have a stasis seal added to it. That way, The paper won't just break down in the blood. I should try it now, when I don't have anything important to do right away, even though it will use up 60% of my chakra. Naruto made up his mind and quickly added a stasis seal to one of the seal papers that his clones had already marked with the right seal. After that, he bit his thumb and let a few drops of blood fall on the blood duplication seal. He then focused chakra on the seal and quickly did the hand seals needed to make a Chichio Bunshin. It's interesting that the last of the 5 seal sequences was also used to make Kage Bunshin. This supports the idea that the Chichio Bunshin was based on the Kage Bunshin. Naruto dropped to one knee in exhaustion as soon as he was done with the necessary hand seals. He looked up to see the blood that was pouring out of the blood duplication seal start to rise. It began as a small bump, but that quickly changed as it grew taller and then took on Naruto's shape. Even though it looked like Naruto, the clone was still red like blood. That only lasted as long as the blood seal made the right amount of blood. After that, it started changing colors. The color started at the nose and spread to cover the whole face, then the head, then the upper body, and finally the whole clone. It was an exact copy of Naruto that couldn't be destroyed with a single hit. It was now time to finish the Chichio Fuin Bunshin. Okay, Naruto thought, let's see how this works. When the Chichio Bunshin said, ready to spar. Let's do it, boss. Just taijutsu. This was proven by Naruto over the next 20 minutes. The Chichio Bunshin could not only take hits, but also give them. I need to see how long it lasts next. Okay, you're to stay here and watch over the other clones while they train. Pay special attention to the training in manipulating earth and wood. All right, boss. Oh, one more thing. If we get far enough with manipulating wood, may I go outside and look at the different qualities of trees? What did the Chichio Naruto ask? I don't see a reason not to. But if you do, start with fruit trees and see how well you can take care of things like berry bushes and root vegetables. Being able to grow my own food would be very helpful for me since I don't get an allowance anymore and don't make much money. Once that's done, you can look at other trees to learn about their properties. It seems like Training Ground 44 would be a good place to begin. It has some very strange plants. Also, make sure you're under henge when you leave. He said, gotcha, boss, and then he ran off to work with the clones he had to finish his training on Earth. He then went to where his clones were working on the seals for his sword and asked, how's the seal coming along? Boss, it's almost done. We'll be done probably late tomorrow or early the next day, one of the Kage Bunshin said. All the separate parts are finished, and now we're just working on the master control that will turn them all on and connect them. It will also decide the shape of the sword and change some of your normal chakra into wind chakra. This will cover the blade of the condensed chakra and make it stronger so it can cut through almost anything. That way, you can use different kinds of chakra on the blade depending on the situation. Since it has a wind chakra layer, it can still be damaged by fire, so being able to use water chakra over it could be useful. Check in before you go to bed tomorrow, boss. If we're not done by then, we'll be by morning, and then you can start carving the seal on the Hiraishinkaku. Since they are made of chakra conductive metal, it will have to be on them. Naruto was excited that his weapon was almost done. I see, he said. Keep up the good work, and one of you come get me if it's done sooner. Get it, boss, said the Kage Bunshin. In the end, Naruto went to check on the clones who were working on ice manipulation. When he got there, he didn't talk to them, instead, he told them to dispel. When he was done sorting the information a minute or so later, he was even happier. His clones had made shuriken out of ice, which was a lot better than the simple ice cubes they were making before. He quickly made 20 more Kage Bunshin to keep working on ice manipulation. Naruto told his clones, okay, now that you know how to throw a shuriken, it's time to start working on kunai. When you can make kunai, work on making them quickly. I want to be able to make shuriken and ice kunai in 1 second or less. Then work on making them sharp. These dull shuriken won't help me in a fight. Naruto stopped for a moment to think about the training his clones were doing. Then he realized something. None of his clones were working on how to use the Hiraishin. He was still stuck at using it 3 times in a row, which would make him tired. As Naruto sat down on the ground and began practicing Iruka's jutsu, he thought, I'll have to get a bunch of clones to work on that as soon as my sword seal is complete. It was better than before because he could do it with only 2 seals, but not as good as it could be. After doing it for the first time, he realized he wouldn't be able to practice for long because using 60% of his chakra to draw the 20-cage Bunshin had used more than he thought. Chakura Henkyute no Jutsu, chakra echolocation technique, training was over after about 45 minutes. Naruto decided it was time to go home and quickly left the pocket dimension. When he got to his apartment, he got ready for bed and fell asleep. Naruto waited until 8:55 a.m. the next day, just to be safe. When he got there, he saw that Sasuke and Sakura were already there, sitting with their backs against 2 of the training posts. He walked up to them and sat down with his back against the last post. "How long have you been here?" "A 10-minute wait brought Sakura here," Sasuke said. When Sakura looked at him, she just said, 8:30. "We need to do something about his habit of getting here late," Sasuke said as he turned from the other side. Before using Iruka's jutsu, Naruto said, "I'll look into it." Right away, he saw that Kakashi-sensei was standing where he had been the day before. He chose to practice the jutsu until Kakashi-sensei arrived. Naruto used the jutsu a few more times. Sakura suddenly spoke up and asked, "What are you doing, Naruto? It feels like chakra waves are coming from you." She looked at Naruto with confusion for a moment before he finally got it. "Sorry, I forgot you can sense chakra," he said. "I just recently learned a jutsu that helps me feel what's going on around me. I forgot to tell Kakashi-sensei about it yesterday, now that I think about it." "What did you forget to tell me yesterday? What are you doing?" Kakashi asked as he came up behind them with Shunshin. As if to scream, Sakura said, "You're late." "Sorry, I had to stop at a temple and get my luck cleaned before taking the long way to get here because I ran into a black cat on the way," Kakashi explained. "Forgot to tell me what? As for our skills, I just recently learned a jutsu that lets me know what's going on around me." "What? You've been standing in front of a stone on the other side of the training ground for an hour?" Naruto asked, his voice tense with anger. "Now that I think about it, you should know that Sakura is also a sensor. I don't know how good of a sensor it is, all I know is that she could sense me with the jutsu I just talked about." Hearing that made Kakashi-sensei think for a moment before he turned to Sakura and said, "Okay, I'll make a few changes to my training schedule. Sakura, once we get you to a certain level in taijutsu, we will work on making your sensor skills better before moving on to ninjutsu or genjutsu. Being a sensor can give you a huge edge in a fight. If you get good enough, you might even be able to tell what kind of attack is going to be used against you." Kakashi-sensei then asked Naruto, "How good are you at this jutsu? Could you teach other people?" "My teacher told me I'm getting pretty good at it. I can use it with one less hand seal than I could before, and once I'm good enough to use it without any hand seals, I'll work on improving how well I can sense everything. It was said that I would be able to read a book with my eyes closed if I really got good at it. I don't want to worry about how well I can sense things until I can do it without any outside help. The way things are shaped around me and the chakra signatures I can pick out right now are both interesting to me. I can't teach this to anyone else because, first, it's not my technique and, second, most people would need too much chakra to use it correctly." The teacher Kakashi-sensei was interested and asked, "How much chakra are you talking about?" "I think I could use it all day without getting too tired." "You could probably use it 5 or 6 times before you got too tired if someone with Chunin level reserves tried to. It's because I have a lot of chakra stored up and some of it is being used again in this technique. Not everyone will have the same effect. My chakra just likes to stick together," Naruto said, trying to figure out how to describe it. "So while some of my chakra is reclaimed, no one else's would be." This is what Kakashi-sensei said. "I see. Keep working on it in your spare time." He then made a familiar hand sign and made 2 copies of himself. "Naruto and Sakura, go with one of the copies. Like I said, we will all start on taijutsu. Sasuke will work on his Sharingan and some ninjutsu," Sakura will work on her senses, and Naruto will learn how to get rid of genjutsu without using his eyes. Do any of you have any questions? Why do I have to work so hard to get rid of genjutsu when I can just close my eyes? That made Naruto whine. He didn't like it at all. What would happen if you met someone who uses a different sense, like smell or hearing, to make genjutsu? What if the person using genjutsu is good enough to trick you into thinking your eyes are already on? If you can't get rid of genjutsu the normal way, you are very vulnerable even with your eyes, Kakashi-sensei said. Any other questions? Even though no one spoke, Kakashi-sensei kept going. Good. Then everyone go train alone until lunch. We'll go on another mission after lunch, and if we still have time, we'll go back to training. Following their own Kakashi-sensei, the three genin then started to work on their taijutsu. His genin really impressed him, both with the abilities they had talked about the day before and with their taijutsu. Sakura was the least skilled, which wasn't a surprise since she came from a normal family. Sasuke was next, but his style was meant to be used with the Sharingan, which he didn't have yet. If he could awaken his Sharingan, he would probably be much closer to Naruto's level. Naruto was a mystery to him. His style reminded Kakashi a lot of his sensei's, but there were places where it didn't at all. Even without that, Naruto's style was very random and hard to predict, and he was much better than should have been possible. He was easily on the higher end of Chunin level, and he would be close to Junin level in a year or two. He found it interesting to teach Sakura. He wasn't a sensor himself, but it was fun to train one. To help her, he channeled a lot of chakra into one hand and had her follow it with her eyes closed. At first, she had a hard time, but she seemed to get the hang of it after a while. Of course, as soon as she did, he decreased the amount of chakra in his hand. When she could feel his movement even when there wasn't much chakra being channeled, he would move farther away, or maybe start teaching her to tell the difference between different types of chakra. He would decide later. It would take a long time for her to get to that point. He was moving around Sasuke too fast for him to see most of the time they were together. At first, Sasuke couldn't even catch his afterimage, but by the end of the day, he was able to track him. He still couldn't see him, but he was getting better. After doing that for an hour and a half with an hour spent on taijutsu, he began teaching Sasuke a lightning technique called Raiden, Kangekiha, lightning release, wave of inspiration. It creates a lot of lightning around the hands and could be very dangerous if used with taijutsu or kenjutsu, if he ever learned any. He had gotten to the point where he could make his hands shoot off tiny sparks of electricity. Even though he had cage-level chakra reserves, Naruto was still a strange person. He couldn't even break out of a low-level genjutsu if his life depended on it. He couldn't tell when chakra that wasn't his own entered his system because he got it at such a young age and the Kyuubi's chakra gave him more than one type of chakra. He spent 2.5 hours stuck in several low-level genjutsu. It would take an insane amount of time and effort to make him good at escaping genjutsu. As a surprise, Kakashi was having fun. Usually, he would leave his genin to their own devices as much as possible so he could read Ika, but he could not do that with the potential he saw. That didn't mean he couldn't make them wait for him sometimes, though. The three genin could say for sure that Junin-sensei was a good teacher after 2 days of training with him. He was working on their weaknesses while also improving their overall skills, which surprised them because they thought he would be very lazy with their training because he was always late and made stupid excuses. That was the only real thing they didn't like about him. Naruto treated himself to an early meal at Ichiraku Ramen after they were done training because he knew that the clones he had working on his sword seal would be done soon. He quickly went home and used his dimension scroll to go to the training ground. He went straight to see the 5 Bunshin who were working on the sword seal and asked, "Is it done?" "Done, boss," it said the first clone. "All right, you 5, dispel," Naruto told them. The 5 clones dispelled and Naruto sat down to sort out the memories that he had received. Good, it automatically generates the shape of the sword with highly concentrated non-elemental chakra. Then it adds a small and extremely fine coating of wind chakra that allows it to cut. If it becomes necessary, I can channel different types of elemental chakra into the sword with that extra chakra interfering with its formation. So I can add water chakra to give me greater fluidity in wielding it and prevent the wind chakra coating from being disrupted by fire jutsu, or I could channel earth chakra to give it a far greater impact. The clones even incorporated a chakra recognition seal so only I can use it. They even managed to find a way to hide it beneath the Uzumaki spiral so it can't be easily deciphered. Hama, what is this? While the shape is set, the size is not. That could be useful if I ever need to strike someone just out of my range, but it will probably take 3 or 4 times as much chakra compared to the amount needed to form the sword. I would definitely call this a success. I will have to engrave this on the Hiraishin Kunai, but I will also need some precautions. I will create a paired summoning seal that summons them to my right hand and keep one in the storage seal on my kunai pouch with the rest staying in the dimension scroll. Maybe I should create a storage room at the bottom of the steps so I don't have to run all the way up to the training ground. I can worry about that part later. Naruto went back to his apartment right away and was about to start making the seals when he realized he didn't have any of the tools he needed for engraving. He quickly grabbed the scroll that held his Hiraishin Kunai and ran to Higurashi Weapons, hoping to either get engraving tools there or use theirs. Naruto saw a friend he hadn't seen in over a year when he walked into Higurashi Weapons. 10. I haven't seen you in a long time and I missed you. What have you been up to? As he walked toward the register, he asked. She looked up when she heard Naruto's voice. Yes, it has been a long time, almost a year, he said. 3 people on my team have a huge attitude problem and 2 of them are completely training nuts. Other than that, I've been doing pretty well. What about you? I think you passed the hit I ate. Who is on your group? Naruto quickly replied, of course I passed. He was glad to see his friend in such a good mood. Together with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, I make up the team. Our Junin sensei is the late Hitaki Kakashi. That's rich, Tenten said with a laugh. He says that my Junin sensei is his eternal rival. That's what I believe. Really? What does your sensei seem like? Naruto asked. Tenten just sighed and said, he's a training nut who's always yelling about the flames of youth. I told you that he wears a green spandex suit that covers his whole body. Well, he was able to give both of them to one of my other teammates, along with his awful bowl-cut hairstyle. Not quite, but my teammate Rock Lee looks a lot like my Junin sensei. He's just a little shorter, though. Sometimes it's really creepy, especially when they use their Sunset of Youth genjutsu. Just keep this in mind. If you see them hug, look away as quickly as you can unless you want to be scared. That's really quite scary. Thanks for the heads up, though. Alright, I'm done ranting about my team. What did you come for? Then Tenten quickly went on, not that I mind seeing you though. You know how good I am at kenjutsu, right? What did Naruto ask? Of course, we've fought a lot of times before. That has nothing to do with your visit, unless you want to buy a katana. Yes and no. I came here to talk about a sword, but I'm done with it already. Since I don't have enough money to buy one, I chose to make one. He replied, I came here to buy engraving tools or ask to use yours. How would engraving tools help you finish a sword? Tenten asked him in a very poor voice. If you want to explain it to someone who is good at fuinjutsu, it would take about an hour. Perhaps I could show you. Why? Naruto asked. Tenten let out a thoughtful, I guess so, and said, come on back. Most of the time, I wouldn't let someone do that, but Two-san likes you and you have worked for us before. Thank you, Tenten. Tenten took Naruto to a back room and showed him a workbench with all the tools he would need to add the seals to the Hiraishin Kunai. This is where you can do your work, Tenten told him. As Naruto looked around at the tools on the workbench, he said, thanks again, Tenten. He then asked, Tenten, is there some kind of magnifying tool? I want to make this really small. It will fit where I want it to because it will be harder to see the seal work that way. Tenten walked into another room and came back with something that looked like a microscope but wasn't as strong and let him move things around while he looked at them. Will this do? Naruto's face lit up as he looked up from getting ready. Perfect. When Naruto saw that everything was ready, he quickly took out the scroll that held his Hiraishin Kunai and opened it. He then laid them out in 2 neat rows of 10. Himashin. How did you get Hiraishin Kunai? Tenten yelled. These are nice, do you like them? They are meant to look like the Yondaime's weapons because he is one of the people I admire the most. On the other hand, not many kunai have real hilts, and that was something I needed for this, Naruto said, beginning the story he was going to tell Kakashi-sensei and anyone else who asked. Tenten said, "Ah, that makes sense." Naruto carefully carved the sword seal into the Hiraishin kunai over the next 2 hours. He did this on the wide part of the blade, right where the 3 prongs separate. At first glance, they looked like Uzumaki spirals that were about 2 centimeters across, but when looked at more closely, a very complicated seal could be seen. Naruto went back and engraved the transmission half of a paired summoning seal on the bottom of the ring that all kunai have after he was done with all the sword seals. He was going to put the reception half of the summoning seal on his hand, but this time it would be his right hand, just like he did with the dimension scroll. Once he was done carving the summoning seal into the kunai, he made a cage bunshin and told it to make the other half. He then set up the kunai so that he could touch each new seal in turn. Second, he paired the summoning seals. But each time he touched one, he also gave it a summoning order, so he could only call one kunai at a time. Naruto let out a happy sigh. He sealed all but one of these kunai and said, "Ah, finally done." Tenten ran when she heard those words. She had been on her way back to check on her friend's progress. It made her very happy to see the work he had been doing for 3 hours come together. After her, her father came after her. Naruto didn't notice that he came back about an hour after he started working, or anything else for that matter. Tenten asked with joy, "So you're done?" He walked up behind his daughter and said, "Let's look at what you've been working on." Naruto was shocked to see Keizuki and asked, "When did you get back?" Keizuki laughed and let out a short bark. "About an hour after you started working, at least according to Tenten. I actually sat here and watched you for a good 15 minutes and you never noticed." It was rather amusing to see someone who was usually so alert become so oblivious to everything besides his work. "So let's see what you've got." Naruto gave his clone the unsealed kunai with a nod. "Just to be careful, I did just finish making the seal after all." The clone put chakra into the sword seal, and a blue katana blade with a light green coating appeared. Naruto looked at the glowing blade in his clone's hand and asked, "Do you have something that we can test it against that a sword normally wouldn't be able to cut?" Keizuki just nodded and looked at the sword some more before going through another door. He came back after about a minute with what looked like a broken ninjutsu. "Here, try this. It may no longer be usable, but it wouldn't easily be cut through by a normal katana." He grabbed the blade and held it out straight to his side. He told his clone, "Try cutting it, but only the end. I want to try something else." The clone gave a nod and put down the blade it was holding. It was very easy for the katana to cut through the ninjutsu Naruto was holding. He only looked back and forth between the blade in his clone's hand and the end of the ninjutsu. He took a few steps back and said, "Damn, talk about dangerous. Try to cut it again from there, but watch the roof." The clone brought the sword down so that it was just barely pointing toward the ceiling. At that point, Keizuki and Tenten just looked at Naruto like he was crazy. The sword then got 3 feet longer all of a sudden, and the clone gently cut through the ninjutsu again, taking off more of it. Naruto had a big smile on his face. "Now hold it out and tilt it to the side so the flat is to the ceiling." "Okay, boss," the clone said as it stood in a way that looked a lot like Naruto's. Its glowing katana was held out to its side, with the edge facing Naruto. Naruto hit the ninja on the side with the katana and said, "Perfect." In place of the clang sound that would happen when 2 metal blades hit each other, a ping sound was made. Naruto thought to himself, "Even better," as he rubbed his chin. He said to his clone, "We tested the ability to cut, which is very dangerous. It can extend, which is what I thought it might be able to do. By the way, how was the chakra drain?" He forgot that he could get the answer by dispelling the clone. The clone thought for a moment. "Not as bad as we thought. The amount of chakra it takes to form the blade is about the same as it takes to use Kage Bunshin, but the upkeep is about the same as using Hench. When extending it to that length it took about 3 times as much chakra, but the further it extends, the more that will increase." Naruto said, "Good, so it can be used in battle." Did you feel any fluctuations while using or extending it? No boss. The chakra flow was smooth and I didn't feel any abnormalities. But why didn't you just dispel me to find that out? He got hit in the face by Naruto. I'm an idiot. Please dispel. Once the clone went away, the kunai fell to the ground. Naruto put some chakra into the summoning seal on his right palm and said, I guess it's time to test the last function. The kunai went from being on the ground to being in his hand again. Good. No smoke or anything, I was hoping there wouldn't be any. She looked at Naruto with big, beautiful eyes. Can I have one of those? Please, please, pretty please. You made 20 of them after all, can't you spare just one? Naruto was sad that he had to say no. Sorry Tenten, these only react to my chakra. I made them that way, hid the seals, and even added a paired summoning seal so I wouldn't have to worry about them being used against me. I really don't want to have to fight against my own creations. And no offense Tenten, but this takes Junin level reserves to really use effectively. Keizuki liked what he saw in the young blonde. Good decision. With a weapon of that caliber, you definitely don't want to have to worry about that or your hard work being recreated. Naruto said as he walked back toward the front of the store, I'm glad you like it. Before he left, he bowed to both of them and said, thank you for letting me use your gear. Naruto finally broke down and said he didn't know how to fix Kakashi's habit of being late. He was going to ask for help after 5 days of being late every day. The only thing he had done up to this point was tell his parents about his team. Now he was going to ask them for help fixing his sensei. His goal when he went into their part of the mindscape was to do just that. He called out, Ka-chan, Chu-san, when he saw his parents on the beach. She raised her head when she heard him call out, what is it Naru-chan? When Naruto saw that both of his parents were looking at him, he chose to get right to the point. I need some help with my sensei. Amano asked, what's wrong with him? He is a pervert that always goes around reading those Ika books in public. He even reads them when he is walking down the street. That isn't the worst part. He is always late and makes up these stupid excuses like, I got lost on the road of life, when he is really standing looking at this stone on our training ground for an hour straight. That sounds like a mix of Jiraiya sensei and Obito, Minato said. Kushina asked almost at the same time, who is your Junin sensei, and what is your team? Her face was a little sad. I'm on Team 7 with Sakura and Sasuke. Our Junin sensei is Hitaki Kakashi, Naruto said. She cried. Kashi-kun turned into a pervert. How did that happen? Minato thought I was crazy. Kakashi late, are we talking about the same person? You know Kakashi sensei. They both talked at the same time. He was on your two Sans team, he was on my Genin team. Then they laughed out loud after turning to look at each other. Minato finally stopped laughing. Pretty ironic actually. The Shodaime and Nadaime trained the Sandaime as Team 7. Sarutobi-sama trained the Sannin, Jiraiya sensei in particular, there. Jiraiya sensei trained my team there. I trained Kakashi, Rin, and Obito there. And finally Kakashi is training you there. Naruto found the side trip both interesting and annoying. While this is all interesting, can either of you think of a way to get rid of his addiction to being late? Her eyes were filled with evil. You said he is a pervert. How did you come to that conclusion? He just rolled his eyes. You mean other than the fact that he walks around all day reading those books in public? Well, when we took the bell test, we completely overwhelmed him. By the way, Sasuke used Kaden, Karyu and while I held him in a paralysis seal and Sakura grabbed the bells. But the important thing was that we accidentally burned the book he had been reading when he was testing us, he said in air quotes. And when he realized that a bit crazy. He was crying over the book saying, my precious, my poor precious, what have they done to you? When Kushina said that, it made Minato speechless, but the evil look in her eyes got even worse. I have the perfect thing. I originally made this seal for use against Jiraiya, but if you make it activate conditionally, in this case if he is late to a meeting that he set the time for, it would work perfectly. Come with me and I'll teach it to you, she said as she began to laugh. After 2 days, Team 7 was still waiting for Kakashi. Naruto got there at 8 AM, which was the time his sensei had set. He had planned to do this the day before, but he had to stop at the bookstore to get Kakashi the right thing that would keep him from being late ever again. To make this work, he had to put a seal on the book that he wanted Kakashi to see every time he opened it. Ika Ika Men, Ika Ika's sister book. After that, he went home to get ready for the next day. As soon as he got there, he started using the chakra echolocation method. He was almost ready to cut down on the number of hand seals to 1. He would be able to do it after a day or two more practice. It turns out that Kakashi was at that rock before Naruto got to training ground 7. He just stood there and looked at the rock until 8:59, when he used Shunshin and Naruto couldn't tell what he was. The word, yo, from Kakashi caught Naruto off guard. As Naruto touched Kakashi with the Uzumaki sealing method, Kakashi cursed him. Naruto then grabbed Kakashi's hand and waved it. Kakashi-sensei, let me give you a warning. If you are ever late to a meeting again, you will regret it for the rest of your life. You will be mentally scarred in a way that you will never be able to forget. After the first time you are late, it will get worse every time. His whole team looked at him when he was done with his short speech. It looked like they were scared he was crazy or something. Sasuke asked Naruto, "Are you okay?" Instead of looking at his teacher, Naruto smiled at Sasuke and Sakura like he had won. "Yeah, I'm fine. I found a way to make sure Kakashi-sensei is never late again, though it might take a few days to work. But Kakashi-sensei has been warned. If he doesn't listen, it will be his own fault," Naruto said with a serious look on his face before it became brighter. "On a better note, I finished my sword. Actually, I finished a couple of days ago, but I wanted to test it out and get used to how it handles before mentioning it." That interested Kakashi. "Really? Why don't you show us this sword?" It was Naruto who said, "Okay Kakashi-sensei," and pulled out one of his Hiraishin kunai. But Kakashi grabbed it from him before he could use it. Kakashi asked, "Where did you get this, Naruto?" and made it clear that he would not let him do anything else until he got an answer. Naruto sent chakra quickly to his right hand. The kunai went from Kakashi's hand to Naruto's and back again. "I based it on the Yondaime's Hiraishin kunai, isn't it?" Naruto asked as he watched Kakashi's face calm down. "I see. But you said you had finished your sword. Even if that is a special kunai, it is still a kunai. Knowing you, there is probably some kind of secret to it, especially if you went to the precaution of putting a seal of some type that allows you to summon it back to yourself." "Yes," Sakura spoke up. "Yeah, please show us what it is. You made a big deal about it, so show us already." Naruto called out, "Fine," and then sent chakra to the sword seal. His team let out gasps when the glowing greenish-blue blade showed up. Sasuke asked out loud, "What is that?" Naruto joked, "Of course that is my sword. It is a highly condensed chakra blade with a thin layer of wind chakra for cutting purposes. When I was testing it out, it was able to cut through a ninja without much of a problem." Sasuke was salivating so much. He asked, "Naruto, can I have that?" without giving it much thought. "Yuga, not you too." My friend Tenten said practically the same thing when she saw it. Her family owns Higurashi weapons and she let me use the engraving tools to apply the sword seal to my kunai. She said almost the same thing when I first activated it, Naruto said before addressing Kakashi. "She is one of your eternal rivals, students." Kakashi turned pale right away. "What did Sakura ask? His eternal rival?" Yeah, Tenten said he was a guy that wears a green full-body spandex suit with a bowl cut. She never mentioned anything other than he thinks of Kakashi-sensei as his eternal rival. "And Sasuke, even if I gave you my sword, you wouldn't be able to use it because I made sure only I can activate it." Sasuke cursed, "Damn. Okay, enough admiring Naruto's sword. It is time for training, you three know the drill." Kakashi was late, even though Naruto had told him not to be the day before. Team 7, without Kakashi, was already 8:55 in the morning while they were waiting for their sensei to show up. The same stone where Naruto saw his sensei yesterday was where he was keeping an eye on him. While Naruto was looking at his team, he had a mean look in his eyes. If anyone who had seen his mother pulling pranks would have seen him, they would have run away as fast as they could. Naruto rubbed his hands together and said, "Well, I guess Kakashi-sensei is ready for what will happen if he is late." Really? That speech you gave yesterday wasn't just a joke? Sakura asked in shock. Nope, from now every time he is late he will be punished. I applied a conditional seal. Every time he is late to a meeting that he sets up from now on he will be punished in a way that will never be forgotten. When he tries to read Ika Ika he will see instead the yaoi version, Ika Ika Men. It is a punishment that will last for 24 hours. If he is late again it will last for 48 hours, then for 72 hours. You get the idea. While this wouldn't be punishment for most people it will be for our Ika Ika addict sensei. When Naruto was done explaining, both of his teammates' eyes lit up almost exactly the same way. It wasn't meant to be, but Sasuke said, "This will be good," as he rubbed his hands together. Naruto felt Kakashi blur before he showed up in front of them right after that was said. Today we'll go get a mission first then train the rest of the day. He turned around and whispered to his friends. He said, I guess it will happen faster than I thought, and then he turned around and went to the mission's office in the Hokage Tower. Let's go. 3 genin were about to cross the bridge to leave training ground 7 when they heard a high-pitched scream. At first, they thought it was a girl, but when they turned around, they saw their sensei. They went back to him and got down on their knees next to him. That last part made Kakashi almost scream, "My precious, why have you betrayed me? Who in Kami's name would do something like this? Why is my precious yaoi?" It made the genin cry and laugh so hard they thought they might throw up. They finally got themselves together, and Naruto spoke up. I guess that is what the cost of being late is, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto barely had time to see Kakashi coming at him. You did this. He was about to say something when Naruto cut him off. He lied through his teeth because he didn't want his sensei to know that he chose the punishment. No, you did it. I just made it so that if you were late to a meeting again you would regret it. I told you yesterday that if you are late again you would be mentally scarred in a way that you would never be able to forget. Though it will last 24 hours and every time you are late you will get 24 hours more yaoi time, if what we were overhearing was correct. It is something like Megan. Narukumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique, but it only activates if you are late. Kakashi-sensei showed up on time the next day. The next day, he wasn't, and he was sad the whole day. He knew what would happen if he was late, but he wasn't sure why he was late. He might have thought it was just a one-time thing, though. After that, Kakashi-sensei wasn't late, and Naruto thought that was because he didn't want to get the yaoi attack again. That wasn't quite true, though. He was late again, but this time it was Naruto's fault. Because Naruto could still feel him spending time at the same stone, he was interested and chose to find out what he did there all the time. He got to the training ground at 7:30 the next morning and went to the other side to find Kakashi-sensei. For a few minutes and saw that he did look at a certain stone without moving other than what was needed to breathe. He was looking at a stone that was more like a big sign with a lot of names on it. It would have been better for Naruto to just ask his sensei what it meant than to wait, but he made him wait. He went over to Kakashi-sensei and stood next to him because he didn't want to bother her too much. Kakashi-sensei, I've been meaning to ask you what it is you stand here to look at for an hour every day before you come to the team meeting. Kakashi slowly looked up, like he was waking up. He asked, how did you know I was here? After a while. For a second or two, Naruto thought he was talking to a fool. Remember how I told you about the sensory technique I can use? When I told you about it, I mentioned how you were standing in front of a stone for an hour before our meeting. Kakashi didn't seem to be dazed anymore. Ah yes, I was a bit out of it for a minute. I'm a bit impressed you could sense what I was doing from such a distance though. I could use it to sense further than this actually. It really depends on how well I compress my chakra when I use the jutsu, Naruto said. I actually plan on using as a bit of a chakra control exercise when I get good enough to do it without hand seals. From what I know of the technique, the greater the chakra compression the further I can sense when I use the technique, so I will try to reach the same distance with less and less chakra used. But what are you doing here, sensei? Kakashi felt sad as he looked down at the stone. This is a monument to the heroes of this village. Along with his sensei's gaze, Naruto saw 2 names that stood out, Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato. So this is to honor the dead then? Correct. I come here to pay my respects to the dead. Naruto looked at Kakashi and asked, who are you here to mourn? I know the Yondaime was your sensei, but who else? Uchiha Obito and Rin were my teammates, Kakashi said with sadness. So is he the Uchiha you received your eye from? Kakashi turned around to see who was sitting there. How did you know about that? Are you kidding me? Your nickname is Copy Ninja Kakashi. What type of eyes allow for copying jutsu? Why do you always wear your Hitai-8 covering your left eye? I just made a conclusion based upon the facts I have, Naruto said. I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but for some reason I am. Now I have explained what I do here, could you please allow me to pay my respects for Anathera? Kakashi saw his watch. 15 minutes. He said something so stupid that Naruto just looked at him like he was crazy. Naruto asked himself this question as he thought about what his father would say to Kakashi. But you're not respecting them, you're feeling sorry for yourself. Do you really think the people you have lost would appreciate the fact that you are using them as an excuse to stand here for hours doing nothing when you could be doing something productive? Do you really think they would thank you? Do you really think this is the best way to keep their memory alive? Naruto turned back to meet his team. Just tell me, what would they tell you to do? I'll give you a moment to think, and I'll see you later, Kakashi. Following that, Kakashi-sensei didn't show up for more than 2 hours after their meeting time, and he looked a little worn out when he did. Naruto chose to not get involved because Kakashi-sensei would likely have to figure it out on his own. Since then, Kakashi-sensei hadn't been late, and Naruto couldn't feel him staring at the memorial stone for hours on end, so maybe he had reached Kakashi-sensei. That's how Team 7 ended up where they were, standing in front of the mission's desk in the Hokage after training all morning and finishing one mission. The mission was supposed to be hard, but it was pathetically easy once they found Tora. Naruto had set up a sleep seal, and Sakura and Sasuke chased Tora right into it. The seal would last for an hour, so all they had to do afterward was return the cat to her owner. They had now finished the 10D rank missions needed to become AC rank, and the genin were excited because they thought they might get a real mission instead of just another chore. The Hokage, dressed in his ceremonial robes and smoking his pipe, was sitting behind the desk with Iruka-sensei and a few other shinobi. Kakashi's Team 7, let's see, you can watch an elder's grandson, go shopping in a nearby village, or help dig potatoes, he said. The people on Team 7 were sad until Kakashi spoke up. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I think my team is ready for AC rank mission. All of them are much stronger than you'd expect from genin who are just out of the academy. Iruka lost it a little, but not as much as he normally would have because he knew his old students were strong. But they're just beginners. Everyone starts with D rank missions and moves up. Even though they are new, they are ready to move on to the next level. They are ready for AC rank mission, Kakashi said in a calm voice. The Hokage thought about that. The fact that Kakashi and not one of his genin asked for a harder mission probably meant that they were ready for it. If you think your team is ready for it, I'll give you a C rank mission, the Hokage said, taking out a scroll with big C's on it. He opened it and read, your mission will be to protect a certain person. Naruto got excited for a second and asked, who, but stopped himself before he said something stupid like, a feudal lord. A princess. Calm down, I'll meet him. You can come in now, the old Hokage said, making sure everyone outside the door could hear him. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man carrying a bottle of sake walked in. He stumbled a bit and had a length of rope tied around his forehead, right under his slightly spiked gray hair and above his small oval-shaped glasses and gray goatee. He was wearing a sleeveless shirt that was so dark brown it was almost black and beige pants. What is this? I asked. They're all a bunch of spoiled brats, he said as he drank some sake. Most of all, that girl with the pink hair. You must be a shinobi, right? What kind of shinobi stands out so much on their own? When Kakashi heard Sakura's voice, he moved behind her to be ready to grab her if he had to. But he knew that wouldn't happen because she was angry. And what right does an old man who is drunk in the middle of the day have to say that to me? Tazuna, I am the super bridge builder if I want to say that. I want you to keep me safe until I can go back to my country and finish building the bridge I'm working on. You may be a super bridge builder, but you need to get sober. Wafting off of your body, I can smell the scent of sake. I really didn't think that was possible, Naruto said. Kakashi looked at Naruto and then at the Hokage. We accept this mission, Hokage-sama, he said. He then turned back to his team and said, meet me at the front gate in an hour and get ready for a 2-week trip. As Naruto left, he saw his sensei pulling the drunk along with him. Naruto quickly went home and got everything he would need for 2 weeks. Extra clothes, food, medical supplies, his map, sleeping and camping gear, and extra weapons. He put all of these things into 4 storage scrolls, put them in waterproof cases, and put them in the scroll pockets that were meant to be cargo pockets on his pants. He then hung the dimension scroll off of his back with ninja wire and left his apartment. He got to the front gate about 20 minutes early and thought about the mission. This mission seems a little off. Naruto thought that Tazuna-san paid for a C rank mission, which usually means fighting bandits or similar enemies. But he got here without getting hurt, and he didn't buy any supplies here, so he could easily make it back to Wave Country. Also, he is drunk in the middle of the day, which makes me think that he is nervous or scared. I doubt that he is scared of bandits, so there must be something else that is making him nervous, and we should be careful of it. As soon as Naruto finished thinking about the mission, Sakura and Sasuke showed up. Naruto decided to let his friends know that they were probably going to be in more danger than a simple C-rank mission should require. When they got close, Naruto called out, Sasuke, Sakura. I don't know what Tazuna-san is hiding, but get ready for more danger than a C rank. A few things about Tazuna don't make sense to me, which makes me nervous about this mission. Be careful. Naruto felt better when he saw his friends nod thoughtfully. He then sat back down and waited for their sensei and client to arrive so they could start their mission to Nami. Just as the hour was up, Kakashi showed up, pulling Tazuna along with him. He quickly checked with his students to see what they had. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura's gear and liked what he saw, which didn't really surprise him. But when he looked at Naruto, he didn't see any gear at all. Kakashi asked Naruto, what gear do you have with you? In order to show his sensei the scrolls in his pants pockets, he looked at him. Clothes, food, some medical supplies, camping gear, extra weapons, and my map. He said, very good, to show his approval and then walked through the gate. Let's go. Naruto walked backwards while watching Team 7 and Tazuna walk through the gate. Sakura called out when she saw him falling behind. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? He went back to his friends and ran to catch up. Sorry Sakura, I just wanted to see what the gates looked like from the outside. This is the first time I've been outside of the village. I know it probably won't last long, but I'm really excited to be out here. Naruto's friends and sensei looked at him with understanding faces. Kakashi asked, so what do you three know about where we're going? Naruto took the map out of his hand and opened the seal on it. He took out the map and pointed to their destination. We're going to a small group of islands not far from the coast of Hi-no-Kuni, Fire Country, he said. As Naruto looked at the map, he thought, this could be a chance. Even though Uzu no Kuni, Whirlpool Country, isn't very close, I can make my Chishio Bunshin stronger and send it there to see what it can find. It needs to come with a vial of blood in case it finds any blood seals or storage scrolls. I guess I'll get it from the dimension scroll when we get home at night. Kakashi looked at the map and said, very good. Where did you get that map, Naruto? I made it. It is an ongoing project for me. She asked, why make one when you can just buy one? Naruto said, this map is a little special, as he sent some chakra to his finger and made a circle around the road they were on. All of a sudden, the map lifted up and showed him the terrain in the area he had circled. Sasuke went crazy when he saw the road they were walking on pop out of the map. How the hell did you do that? I told you this is an ongoing project for me. Kind of like my sword. That's really cool. Can you do that to any part of the map? Kakashi asked, able to see how something like that could be useful. It can only show places I've been. I actually sent out clones to explore when I was putting this together, Naruto said. Right now it can show most of the land of fire and the land of rivers and some of the land of hot water. That is all I have had time to have my clones explore. But as I go new places it will be filled in. Like when we get to the land of waves I will be able to show all of the places I have been there. If you do manage to fill in the rest of the map it will be useful beyond belief. Have you shown that to Hokage-sama yet? He said, no, I was busy with other things and never thought to do that. Naruto felt bad about it. Because Sakura and Tazuna had heard something interesting going on, they came back. They had been a little further ahead. Tazuna asked, what is that really cool thing you have there? Naruto touched the scroll that wasn't on the map with a chakra-filled finger and said, like I said, this is a map I made. After the projection went away, he rolled the scroll back up and put it back into the storage seal on his hand. Tazuna asked, you really made that? How? The reason for his question was almost forgotten. The answer Naruto gave was a bit too simple. One of the harder shinobi arts is called Fuinjutsu. That's what I used to make it. The words, hey Naruto, from Sakura got his attention. Could you teach me some Fuinjutsu when we get back from the mission? Well, I can let you study the books I learned it from and help you understand it if you need me to. Thanks, I'd appreciate it. You have made some really interesting tools with Fuinjutsu. I wonder what else can be done. Fuinjutsu is actually very interesting. It is probably the shinobi art with the most potential and flexibility. As long as you work out the formula that is necessary, you can do almost anything with it, Naruto said proudly. They were about 10 kilometers away from Konoha at this point, and Naruto did what he did every so often. He made a dragon seal and felt around them. He found 2 chakra signatures at the edge of his range for the amount of chakra he had used, which was different from the other times. He did it again, and this time he noticed that there was chakra around the signatures that made him think it was trying to wash them away so he couldn't sense them. After walking for another minute, Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura moved ahead of Naruto, who was still close to his sensei. Naruto moved closer to Kakashi before speaking so that no one else could hear him. Kakashi-sensei, there are 2 chakra signatures that are a little less than a kilometer ahead of us I think. It is still hard for me to sense distance. I have the feeling they are hiding with some kind of genjutsu, I'm not sure but I sensed chakra around them that felt like it was trying to hide them. I see. In that case go up with Sakura and Sasuke and protect Tazuna. I want to see what they are after, or something else, Kakashi said. I get it, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, then quickly ran to catch up with his pals. He told them to be careful when he caught up to them. Hey guys, stay on guard. When Sasuke and Sakura looked at him, they saw that he was very serious, which made them pay more attention to what was going on around them. Naruto walked for 5 more minutes before he saw a puddle in the middle of the road. Whoever these people are, they're stupid. Naruto thought to himself. They have a genjutsu that makes them look like a fucking puddle even though it hasn't rained in over a week. Especially on a day like today, which is hot and sunny. Why not a bunch of leaves or something more real? To be safe, he used chakra to call on his Kitsune. Right away, he saw 2 men wearing face masks and Kirihite that were shaped like horns. They were wearing gauntlets with claws and a chain that looked like it had links that were very sharp. Since they were from Kiri, it's likely that their claws were poisoned. To be ready for the attack, he put his hand behind his back a little, out of the way of the Kiri shinobi, and called up a Hiraishin kunai. He walked to the right of the puddle as he and his teammates walked by it so that the 2 shinobi couldn't see his kunai. Naruto made sure to keep his senses sharp and saw the genjutsu disappear as soon as Kakashi walked past the puddle where the 2 cloaked men seemed to be rising. Right after they did that, one of them jumped up and swung his gauntlet in a complicated way that made the chain around Kakashi. The rest of Team 7 turned around just in time to see the 2 shinobi pull the chain tight and cut their sensei in half. Or at least they were meant to believe that. Everyone on Team 7 saw their sensei do the quick kawarimi move and stayed calm while the shinobi spoke. 1 down. They kept attacking right away by getting closer to Naruto. 1 began to say, 2 down, but was stopped by a kick from the blonde. Soon after, Sasuke jumped out of his blind spot and gave him a kick that was just as strong as Naruto's. As the 2 Kiri shinobi flew back, They flew past a tree and stopped when their chain broke. Sasuke quickly threw a kunai into the chain that was linking them, which stuck to the tree. The two were shocked by how strong the attacks were that they had to work hard to get up. When they saw that the chain wasn't moving, they took it off their gauntlets and charged at Naruto and Sasuke, respectively. Naruto stood there calmly with the Hiraishin kunai in his hand until the shinobi got close to him. The Kiri shinobi turned on his clawed hand to attack, but Naruto raised his sword to block it. He wasn't expecting it to work so well because it went right through the gauntlet and the arm below it with almost no trouble. The shinobi screamed, "My arm! What have you done to my arm?" Naruto then appeared behind him, slammed the butt of his Hiraishin kunai into the shinobi's neck, and put a sleeping seal on his back to keep him out. Sasuke was having a little more trouble. Even though it wasn't hard for him to avoid his opponent's attacks, it was more difficult for him to hit back. When they heard a scream, things changed. He stumbled and yelled, "Ni-san," at his opponent. Sasuke didn't waste the chance to hit the shinobi in the chin. He rushed through his guard and jumped up to knee him. The blow shook the shinobi's head and knocked him out right away. Sasuke saw the other enemy shinobi fall to the ground, and Naruto put his hand on his back and calmed down. Sasuke knew that one of his teammates had done something bad. He called out, "Hey Naruto." He looked up when he heard Sasuke call his name. "What's up Sasuke? What did you do to him after you knocked out?" Naruto looked at the shinobi he had knocked out and then back at Sasuke. "I put a sleep seal on him so he would stay unconscious until I let him wake up," he said. "Could you come over here and use some fire chakra to cauterize his arm?" Sasuke looked at the person taking on Naruto. "Sure, but could you put that sleep seal on mine?" The sound of Kakashi's voice could be heard before Naruto could answer. "Good job you two. You did an excellent job against these two, the Oni Kyodai demon brothers. They are a pair of Chunin-level Kiri nuke nin." Both Sasuke and Naruto just nodded and did what their teammate asked. Naruto quickly put the second Oni Kyodai to sleep. At the same time, Sasuke made enough fire chakra to cover his hand. He then touched the missing arm with the hand that was covered in fire and pushed more out until it covered the stump and sealed the wound. When Kakashi's genin were done with their work, he looked over at their client. "Tazuna-san." Even though Tazuna jumped a little, she still called out, What is it?" His hand led Tazuna to where the Oni Kyodai were lying unconscious and he said, "I need to talk to you. These two are Chunin-level nuke nin from Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. They are known to keep fighting no matter what." Of course it was pretty obvious that they were there. After all, they were hiding in a puddle and it hasn't rained in a long time. "If you knew that, then why did you let the brats fight?" "Not that they really needed help, but still," Tazuna said. "You're right, they didn't need any help. But I let them fight because I needed to see something." Kakashi stared at Tazuna and said. And what at that?" "They attacked my genin because they were blocking their way to their target. The question now is, why were shinobi after you?" "We haven't heard of any shinobi. Our mission was just to protect you from bandits." With these two, Kakashi pointed his thumb at the shinobi behind him. "This is at least a B-rank mission. This was supposed to be a relatively cheap mission to protect you from bandits until you finish your bridge. If it was known that there would be shinobi after you, this mission would have been much more expensive. I'm sure you have good reasons, but it causes problems when a client lies about mission details, and it sets a bad example for us to continue missions like this. We are now working on missions that aren't part of our job." "Kakashi-san, I want to talk to you about this mission," Tazuna finally told Kakashi. "You are right, this mission is probably not part of your job. There is a very dangerous man out to kill me." When Naruto heard those words, he woke up. "A very dangerous man?" "The shipping magnate, Gato," Tazuna said with a nod. "He has a huge amount of money." "Gato. Gato from Gato Corporation is what you mean. He seems like he should be one of the richest people in the world, right?" Sakura asked as she and Sasuke followed Naruto and joined the conversation once they were done tying up the shinobi who was unconscious. Another nod from Tazuna. "Yes, he says that he owns and runs a big shipping company, but that's just a front. He really is a smuggler who ships drugs and other illegal goods around the world." To take over businesses and now countries, he uses shinobi and bandits. He is a mean and cruel person. He set his sights on Wave country about a year ago. Using both money and violence, he quickly took over the shipping business in my country. He is now the only one who can bring business-related people into and out of the country. The only thing he needs to worry about is the bridge being finished, which would break the monopoly. Okay, since you are building that bridge, you are blocking the way. So Gato hired those shinobi? Sasuke asked as he tried to figure out what was going on. What I don't understand, Kakashi said, is why you hid the fact that shinobi might be after you when you hired us. Tazuna took a serious look at Team 7. The problem is that Nami is a very poor country. People in power don't even have money. Of course that includes us. We couldn't afford a B-ranked mission that cost a lot of money. You know, if you had told Gigi all of this, he probably would have agreed to the mission as long as you paid the money when your country got better, Naruto said, cutting Tazuna off because he knew Tazuna was going to start yelling at them and try to force them to go on the mission. I would say you are very lucky to have us on your team. That being said, even though we are a Genin team, we are probably stronger than many Chunin teams you already have. This is on top of the fact that our sensei is one of the strongest Chunin in Konoha. Personally, I think we should keep going and finish the mission. When Naruto spoke, Tazuna was shocked by what the young man said. Sasuke said, "I'm with Naruto." She replied, "Me too." "All right, that's it." Before going up to Tazuna to whisper in his ear, Kakashi said, "I guess we'll be able to finish this mission. You're lucky to have this team. This is likely the only Genin team I would even agree to work with on this mission. If you get a chance, thank him." "Is there a way to get in touch with Konoha?" "Why?" Naruto asked. "Why do you ask?" Kakashi asked after a moment of thought. "We need to send someone to pick up these two after I try something with the one I hurt. We can't leave them here. They could get away, and we won't be able to get their rewards if they aren't caught." "What did you plan to try?" "I know a seal of truth. I know it sounds like something that everyone should use, but there's a catch. Someone with a strong enough will can lie even when it's making them feel bad." Naruto replied, "If you use it on the one who lost his hand, the pain will make it much harder for him to fight." "Okay, do it. It would be nice to know what we have to deal with before this is over," Kakashi told them. "While you wait, I'll call one of my dogs to bring a message to the Hokage." Hikaru asked Sakura, "Can you help me for a second?" as he went back to the Oni Kyodai whose hand he had taken off. He took off the sleep seal and put on a truth seal on the man. "What did Naruto ask Sakura again? Do you have any smelling salts or something that can wake someone up?" Took out a small vial full of small crystals right away from Sakura's mid-kit, which she kept behind her back. Naruto plugged his nose as she put it under the man's. The Oni Kyodai began to wake up almost as soon as Sakura opened the vial. Sakura put the cap back on the vial and held it under his nose until he was fully awake. "Thanks, Sakura. Do you happen to have an empty vial like that I can borrow?" Naruto asked her. She went back to her medicine cabinet and got a clean vial. She then gave it to Naruto. He put it in his pocket and turned back to look at the enemy shinobi. "So Oni Kyodai-san, what's your name?" "Maizu, you little shit. What do you want?" "I just want to know who you work for." "Gato." "Good. Now who else works for Gato that you usually work with?" He poked Maizu on the arm stump because he knew he was trying to fight the truth seal and not answer the question. Maizu answered right away, "Momoichi Zabuza and his apprentice Yuki Haku." "Good. Are there any others?" "No." Maizu replied right away. "Are there any other shinobi that work for Gato?" "No." Naruto said, "Thank you," as he put on the sleep seal again, because he thought he knew enough. He shared what he had learned with his group. "I see," said Kakashi. "I don't know anything about this Yuki Haku, but since they are from the Yuki clan they probably have the Hyoden bloodline, especially since Momoichi is the other person. Momoichi Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique. This means he will probably use the Kurigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique, to become unseen and has the ability to move with absolute silence. He will use that to sneak up on and kill his targets before they know that he is there." He was happy to hear this. Well, if it comes down to it, I will fight the Hyoten user. I think I will have a very good chance to defeat him. Kakashi said, that's fine. All three of you need to turn off your weights and resistance seals until this is over. He said this again after seeing Team 7 nod in agreement. Naruto, from here on you are to use your jutsu to sense the surrounding area every few minutes. I really don't want to be surprised. And Sakura, keep your chakra sense as active as possible. I know you haven't gotten anywhere mastering it, but any warning will help, especially if we find ourselves in a fog. Naruto and Sakura both said, okay sensei. Good, let's get moving. Somewhere else. 4 bodyguards stood around a very short man in a black business suit as he talked to a tall man sitting on a throne-shaped rock in the middle of a forest. The difference in respectability between the tall man and the short man who was his boss made it look like a king was talking to a servant. You failed. I spent a lot of money to hire all of you because I heard you were all skilled shinobi, but my spies tell me you still can't kill one man. Yelled the shorter man. When the taller man swung his huge sword, it stopped right in front of the short man's face and cut him off. Stop your bitching. This time I will go with this Kubikiribochoa and kill them all. Short man took a deep breath and gulped. Are you sure? It seems the target has hired some skilled shinobi, and they will be more cautious after the defeat of the Oni Kyodai. Dadoichi Zabuza, the taller man, asked, who do you think I am? There is a reason I am known as the Kurigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist. The shorter man stuttered, make sure you do. This is your last chance. If you fail again, you can think of your payment as lost. Team 7 and Tazuna kept going after learning the real story of the mission until it got dark, at which point Kakashi decided to set up camp. They quickly found a small area of land off the road. Naruto, could you please make some Kage Bunshin to help set up the camp? Kakashi asked. When camp is ready you can have them set up a perimeter around the camp to keep watch. We are going to need to be completely alert as we travel, so I want everyone to get a full night of sleep. Sakura, could you go find some water? Sasuke, please set up a fire ring and start a fire. The 3 genin didn't even answer, they went back to their work. Most of them did. When Naruto turned into Kage Bunshin, he left them to set up camp and walked a long way away. He was so far away that Kakashi-sensei couldn't use chakra to make him more sensitive to hearing or sight. When he was far enough away to be safe, he made 2 more Kage Bunshin and told one to open up and hold the dimension scroll up. After that, he turned on the dimension scroll and told his second copy to go get the Chishio Fuin Bunshin from inside it and tell it to come down. Soon after, the clone came back down the stairs with another copy of Naruto. It had run up the stairs quickly. The Blood Seal clone asked, what's up, boss? Team 7 is on its way to Wave, and I want you to go to Whirlpool to see the ruins of Uzushiogakure. I've got some scrolls ready, and... Naruto pulled out an empty vial from his pocket and cut his finger open with a kunai. He put the open cut over the vial and let the blood flow into it. To fill it up, he had to cut his finger twice more. He put the cap back on when it was full and made a preservation seal on the vial to keep the blood fresh. Naruto gave them the gear he had prepared and said, a vial of blood in case you come across any blood seals. Explore and find everything you can. I want to get back as much of my heritage from Uzu as possible. Also, feel free to summon the dimension scroll to you if you need to store more stuff then that can carry. You can summon it anytime you need it, but I will summon it back when I go to bed. When you are done with your exploration, summon the dimension scroll and go inside before closing it back up and you will just be summoned back to me. And come here for a second, Naruto said to get closer. He put his hand on the clone's head and sent about half of his chakra into it when it stood right in front of him. When Naruto did that, though, he got a little shocked. As soon as he began to send chakra to his Blood Seal clone, memories from the clone began to flow into him. He was lucky that the memories came back to him slowly, because if they had come at him faster, he would have lost control. Well, I guess I don't get to see Kage Bunshin's memories when they are inside the dimension scroll. Naruto thought this while he was thinking about his splitting headache. Thankfully, the headache went away right away as he began to go through the memories. He looked up again when that was over. Well, that was interesting. I'll have to remember to do that daily after we get home. The clone asked in a confused tone, "What happened, boss?" "I just received all your memories, just like if I had dispelled a cage bunshin, but a lot more. Now that I think about it, the clones finished with my earth element training and started to learn how to make a seed sprout. I can also make shuriken and kunai from ice now," Naruto said, "but it still takes about 7 seconds to do it. Maybe I should think about having my clones work on Senbona, but I don't really know how to use them, so I'll worry about it later." Naruto went back to the Chichio Fuin Bunshin. "I recharged you with half of my reserves, head out." The clone left right away because it wanted to get far away from Team 7. It wouldn't need to sleep for a while since it had just been charged, and it could see in the dark, so it would just leave during the night. After the clone left, Naruto quickly threw away the dimension scroll and spelled out the clone that was holding it. Putting things back in order, he went back to camp, excited for a meal and a good night's sleep. He was pretty tired and could use some rest. After a few days, she found Team 7 and Tazuna in a small boat being rowed by one of her friends. They didn't say a word because they knew that any sound they made would be heard far away over the water. Sakura said in a whisper, "What a thick mist. I can hardly see anything." The sailor spoke up softly. "We should see the bridge soon. Wave Country is at the other end." As he said, a huge building soon appeared off the right side of the boat. It was huge, standing at least 50 feet tall and so far away that it was lost in the fog above them. Naruto whispered, "Wow, it's huge," but his voice was a little higher than it should have been. He tried to keep his voice down and said, "Hey, be quiet. We'll be in a lot of trouble if Gato or his men find out about us." He looked up when he saw something in front of the boat. "Looks like we'll be there soon." The boatman told Tazuna, "It looks like we've gotten through so far without being seen, but just to be safe, I'm going to take us through an area with thick vegetation." This was said as the boat went through the small tunnel under the bridge. It was, "Thanks," from Tazuna. When they got out of the tunnel, they were able to see the shapes of houses that were built on wooden platforms above the water. There were trees that were hard to see in the mist all around the houses in the water. The boatman stopped in front of one of the houses and let his passengers off at a small pier that stuck out from one of the houses. Once everyone was off the boat, the mate leaned over to talk to Tazuna. "This is it for me. Goodbye and good luck." She told Team 7, "Let's go. Please get me home safely," and then said, "Yeah, thank you so much." From the small town on the water, they started to walk toward Tazuna's house in the middle of the island. When they left the coast, the fog finally burned off, giving them a clear view of the beautiful scenery. Naruto used his sensory jutsu every few minutes. After walking for about 30 minutes, he picked up on 2 chakra signatures not far ahead, the two of them. When he got back to his sensei, he whispered something to him. "Kakashi sensei, there are 2 people whose chakra signature I can sense a short way ahead of us." Kakashi raised his voice and said, "Good. When we get there, you take care of the Hyoten user, and we'll take care of Zabuza. Sasuke, Sakura, come over here." He waited for his genin to arrive before going on. "We will likely come upon 2 enemies shortly. I am having Naruto take care of one of them, to at least keep them out of the fight, while I take care of Zabuza. You two protect Tazuna, and if necessary Sasuke, you will support me. Sakura, you are to make sure Tazuna survives this encounter. Naruto, as we get near them, you do something to alert us and be ready to go after his backup." "I get it, Kakashi sensei," they all said as they moved back to surround Tazuna. They were getting close to the presences after going a few minutes further down the road, and Naruto decided that was close enough for that warning. He took a shuriken out of his pouch and threw it into the bushes, where he could still feel the body of a chakra master nearby. He ran over to where he had thrown his shuriken when he felt a small burst of chakra. It was just about to hit. When he found it, a small white rabbit was hiding under the spot where it had hit. Naruto thought this as he brought the rabbit back to his group. Sakura almost screamed, "Oh, what a cute snow rabbit," to hide how guarded he had become. Sasuke, who was standing next to Tazuna and just as alert as the rest of his team, asked, "Shouldn't that rabbit be brown at this time of year?" He was ready when he heard Kakashi yell, Kakashi focused on his hearing as soon as Naruto threw his shuriken, so he wouldn't be surprised when he heard a whistling sound. It began in a tree some 30 meters away and moved quickly toward us. His shout was, "Everyone, get down." As soon as Kakashi yelled, Sasuke grabbed Tazuna and pulled him to the ground. Everyone else went down with them, and they got there just in time as something quickly flew by above them, right where the Genin's necks had been. It flew past them and kept going until it hit a tree in front of them. When it did, it turned out to be a huge silvery gray sword with a half circle cut out just above the handle and a circle missing from the middle of the blade about a foot from the tip. A man kneeled on top of the sword's handle when it got stuck in the tree. He wore black shinobi sandals, striped gray pants, and light camouflage arm and leg warmers over them. He also had bandages on his face. Kakashi told Naruto to get ready and said, well, if it isn't Momoichi Zabuza, a nuke nin of Kiri. He reached up to his Hittite and said, "Everyone get back, this guy is on a whole different level. In fact, this might be a little tough. Unless I do this, of course. Copy Ninja Kakashi, or maybe I should say Sharingan Kakashi. No wonder the Oni Kyodai didn't stand a chance." "Sorry, but I'm going to have to take the old man," said Zabuza. Kakashi looked at his team and said quietly, "You guys know what to do. Don't get into the fight unless you have to." He did this while pulling up the Hittite that covered his eye to show his Sharingan. He went back to Zabuza. "I'm afraid you will have to fight me first." Aha, bringing out the famous Sharingan already. "I'm honored." Showing the eye that is said to be able to see through all nin, tai, and genjutsu and is even able to copy an opponent's techniques with a single glance. "When I was part of Kiri's assassination squad, I remember seeing you in our bingo book. It said that you have copied over 1,000 jutsu, which earned you that nickname, Copy Ninja Kakashi. I guess that is enough talking. I still have to kill that old man. But it seems I'll have to beat you first, Kakashi," Zabuza said before kicking the tree his sword got stuck in, throwing him onto a pond near the path. Naruto yelled, "Over there," as he turned to see the pond. On top of the water. Sakura yelled as she pointed to the pond, right after Naruto was done. Someone named Zabuza was standing in the middle of the pond with a huge sword on his back. He was standing in a strange way. One hand was in what looked like a half-ram seal, and the other arm was straight out in front of him. He was putting together a lot of chakra, and Naruto could see water rising from the pond to reach him. After a short time, a thick mist came over him, and just as it began to cover him, he used his jutsu. Ninpu. Kurigakure no Jutsu. All of a sudden, the mist got a lot thicker, and Zabuza was gone. He quickly made a cage bunshin to stand in for him and jumped into the trees in the direction he thought Zabuza's partner was going. As he went deeper into the woods, this Haku person must have sensed him, because whenever he thought Haku was getting closer, he would disappear and then show up hundreds of meters away. This person was moving without using shunshin. If they had, Naruto would have been able to feel the blurring effect, just like he did with Kakashi. Naruto would just turn around and keep chasing Haku every time he moved with whatever technique he was using. This Haku couldn't help Zabuza fight, that's for sure. Also, if Haku was lucky and Cage Bunshin managed to stay alive, no one would know who was after him. With Cage Bunshin and Team 7, there was more and more mist, and Team 7 heard a voice that seemed to come from everywhere. The voice with no source was so scary and haunting that it would have scared any normal genin to death. The genin on Team 7 were much stronger than most genin, so they were able to keep their cool. 8 choices: liver, lungs, spine, carotid artery, subclavian artery, brain, kidneys, heart. Which one should I choose? Zabuza's voice was loud. Kakashi quickly turned to look at the genin behind him. 2 of them were shaking, and he wanted to make sure that the strong desire to kill wouldn't affect his team. Sasuke. Sakura, don't worry. I'll protect you guys even if it costs me my life. I won't let my comrades die. We'll see about that, a scary voice said from inside the group of genin that was surrounding Tazuna. It said, "It's over," just as Zabuza was about to attack. When Sasuke saw what was going on, he turned and swung the kunai in his left hand around. He stuck the kunai deep into Zabuza's stomach and felt something cold come out. Sasuke thought to himself, Why is his blood so cold? Until he got a better look at Zabuza. Just as he took a good look at him, Zabuza turned into water and let it fall to the ground. The clone Naruto yelled at Kakashi, "Sensei, behind you." Kakashi had turned toward his team when he heard Zabuza's voice. The genin saw that the warning didn't come in time when they saw Kakashi get cut in half and then turn into water like the Zabuza Sasuke killed. They also saw Zabuza's shocked eyes widen as Kakashi turned into water. Before Zabuza could get over being shocked, he felt a kunai around his neck. Kakashi told him, "Don't move. It's over." Zabuza just laughed. "It's over. You don't get it, do you? There is no way you can defeat me with those monkey-like imitations that your eye lets you do. He, but that is impressive, to think you that you had already copied my Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu by the time you reassured your team." Kakashi did nothing but look on. "You projected your voice to make it appear that your clone said those words to attract my attention while you stayed in the mist and watched. A very nice plan." "That's right, but," Zabuza replied, "I'm not that simple," said another Zabuza from behind Kakashi. When Kakashi heard a voice from behind him, his hand slipped a few centimeters, and he hit Zabuza in the neck. He was shocked when the Zabuza he was trapped with his kunai also turned into water. He turned around to look behind him and then threw himself to the ground, letting the huge sword go over him before it dug into the ground. Zabuza's huge sword attack fortunately threw him off balance, giving Kakashi a second to recover. It didn't take Zabuza long to get back on track because he used the sword's handle as a leg. Right away, he kicked Kakashi in the stomach, which sent him flying through the air and into the pond. Right after he kicked Kakashi, Zabuza ran after him and jumped over the Makibishi caltrops that Kakashi had spread out on the ground, landing on the pond as Kakashi came up for air. "What is this? What makes the water feel heavy?" he thought as he came to the surface. At least until Zabuza showed up behind him. He yelled out his jutsu, Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique, and said, "Hey, fool." As Kakashi fought his way to the surface of the water, he heard those words. He turned around and looked at Zabuza, first in shock and then in horror. He wasn't able to do anything because a sphere of water formed around him and trapped him. "You tried to escape the water. Big mistake," Zabuza told him. Hehe. "Now I have in a prison you will not be able to escape. It's a lot tougher to do anything if you can't move, you know what I mean. We can finish up later, Kakashi. First I'll take care of your cute little genin," he said while making a water clone. Hehe. Wearing those Hittite and acting like shinobi. A real shinobi is someone who has survived numerous brushes with death. Only when I see you listed in my bingo book are you good enough to be called shinobi. You are not shinobi. You're just brats. Kakashi yelled, "Get Tazuna-san and run. You can't beat him. As long as he's keeping me trapped in this jutsu, he cannot move and a water clone can't move far from the real body. Just run away." The Naruto clone saw what was going on when Zabuza began to make his copy. It then went up to Sasuke and whispered a plan. "Sasuke, can you take care of Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin?" Then Sasuke asked, "Of course. Who do you think you are talking to? Why do you ask though? You could easily take care of him yourself. I'm only a Kage Bunshin the boss made so he would think our whole team is here. Anyway, as soon as you destroy the clone use Gokaku no Jutsu to send a fireball at the real Zabuza then leave the rest up to me." Kakashi yelled, "What are you doing?" when he didn't see them doing what he told them to do. "Run away. This fight was over the moment I was caught. Our duty is to protect Tazuna-san. Did you forget that? Are you stupid, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked back. "He will drown you and then come after us. We can't get away from him, and even if we did, he probably knows where Tazuna-san lives," Naruto said as he quickly turned to Tazuna. "What do you say, old man?" Not only Sakura and Sasuke, but also Tazuna turned to look at the answer. "Well, I started this myself so I'm not going to say that I want to live so much that I would stop you. Besides, you are probably right about him. Go ahead, fight to your heart's content." Sasuke asked, "Did you hear that?" The Naruto clone replied, "Yeah, can you do it?" "That's fine," Sasuke said. They were about to do something when they heard Zabuza laugh. "You guys will never grow up." He yelled, "What? to buy himself more time to get his jutsu ready. Are you still going to play shinobi? Zabuza asked. These hands, he raised his left hand into the shape of a claw, were already drenched in blood when I was your age. The word, Devil Zabuza, that Kakashi said made Zabuza smile through his mask. So you've heard of it, the Bloody Mist's final obstacle to becoming a shinobi. So you even know about the graduation exam. The last thing Sakura said was, "What's this graduation exam?" Zabuza loved the way Team 7 looked when he said, "Fights to the death between students. Friends who had trained and eaten at the same table, friends who had shared dreams, they are pitted against each other and fight until only half of them are left." Sakura said, "That is terrible." She was shocked by both the death and the stupidity. About 10 years ago the graduation exam of Kurigakure was forced to change after a devil appeared. It was a young boy who wasn't even trained as a shinobi. Without pause or hesitation he killed over 100 students of their academy. Zabuza's eyes almost looked like they were rolling back in joy. That sure was a fun. As Zabuza spoke, Sasuke saw the Mizu Bunshin run at them, getting ready to attack. Naruto told Sasuke that he had a plan, even though he was just a clone. Sasuke took a few steps forward and pulled out a kunai to get ready as the Zabuza clone came closer. As Zabuza was about to swing Kubikiribocho, he sent a lot of chakra to his legs and disappeared. He quickly jumped under the swing and hit the clone in the stomach with his kunai, just like he did with the first one. After putting down his kunai, Sasuke did a few hand seals and then called out, "Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu." As Zabuza got ready to use Suiden, Sujinheki water release, water encampment wall, he asked, "Do you really think something like that will work against me?" But he never got the chance. The Naruto clone started making one of his first original jutsu right as Sasuke started to move. He quickly wrapped the large amounts of wind chakra he had made in a thicker than usual sphere of chakra. This way, it would last for a short time while he did a fire jutsu. Naruto threw his jutsu into Sasuke's fire jutsu just before it hit Zabuza, calling out, "Fuden, Fuganden, wind release, wind sphere bullet." He didn't expect the effects to be as good as they were. Just as the fireball was about to hit Zabuza, the chakra that was making up the wind bullet broke, sending all of Naruto's wind chakra flying in all directions. Because of this, there was a huge explosion that launched Zabuza into the air and hit him at the water's edge. He wasn't really hurt, but he was confused for a while. The water prison had kept Kakashi safe for a short time after Zabuza was blown away, which was lucky for him. As soon as it came out, he looked at Zabuza, who quickly came to, then at Team 7, and then back at Kakashi. Zabuza yelled, "What the fuck was that?" as he began to make hand seals. "That was your jutsu being forced out of you. Just so you know, I won't fall for the same jutsu twice," Kakashi said while making the same hand seals. Their shouts were synchronized. "Suiden, Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet." Two huge water dragons jumped out from the water and charged at each other. They hit between the two opponents, sending a huge wave of water outward. While Kakashi and Zabuza rushed each other with kunai and giant swords, they didn't pay any attention to that. They met right where the two dragons had, before the water even hit the ground again. As they jumped away from each other, Zabuza thought, "What the heck is going on?" Kakashi was moving in the same way as him, but not by copying him. They were moving at the same time. "When I move, he's completely," Kakashi said, reading them, as if he was done with his thoughts. "What?" As Zabuza looked into the slowly spinning Sharingan eye, he asked himself, did he read my mind? Oh no, that fucking eye is making me mad. Right, Kakashi finished Zabuza's thought again. "Hey, all you're doing is copying me." It really got to Zabuza. "You can't beat me, you monkey shithead." Kakashi said it again. The way Zabuza's eyes were turning red with blood made it clear how upset he was. He yelled as he began to make hand seals, "Damn you. I'll make it so you can never open that mouth again." It was the exact hand seals that Kakashi used to plant a light hypnotic suggestion that made Zabuza think he saw a ghost of himself behind Kakashi. After the hand seals were done, Kakashi called out his jutsu just as Zabuza was about to give up. "Suiden, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. When a huge tornado filled with water hit Zabuza, all he could think was, why? I'm running, but I can't keep up. How is it possible? He didn't last long because the jutsu hit him and sent him flying into a tree. He was hit in the arms and legs by kunai before he could even move. Ah! Was all Zabuza could say. Kakashi was on a branch above Zabuza when he said, it's over. He had just thrown the kunai. Zabuza looked at Kakashi. How can you see the future? The only eye that Zabuza could see was the one that Kakashi held up to the Sharingan. Yeah, you're going to die. Chusenbon flew out of the trees and stuck through Zabuza's neck just as Kakashi was about to jump down and cut his throat. Everyone in the clearing was shocked when Zabuza fell to the ground right away. A voice told them, you're right, he's dead. The voice then pointed out a figure in a white mask that had the symbol of Kiri on its forehead and a wave in place of its mouth. The figure could fit either a man or a woman, so it was hard to tell. For ease of mind, Kakashi chose to think of the hunter as a man. He had on a moss-green turtleneck with stripes and shin-length pants in the same color. Over them was a blue-green short kimono. Long black hair was pulled back into a white bun, except for 2 strips that framed his face. His skin was very light white. From his perch above Zabuza, Kakashi quickly jumped down and checked for a pulse. There was none, so he knew Zabuza was dead. The young shinobi bowed his head and said, thank you very much. I have been looking for this chance to Zabuza for a long time. Kakashi looked closely at the shinobi. That Mosca, so you are a hunter nin from Kurigakure. Very impressive. Yes, I am. Hunter nin, Sakura asked in interest, since she didn't know because she came from a normal family. Yes, it is my duty as a member of Kurigakure's Hunter Nin division to hunt down Nuke Nin. He sounds about the same age as my genin based on his height and voice. Is this a Haku? In that case, I can't fight him, and if he beat the real Naruto, which isn't likely since his Kage Bunshin is still with the other people, I can't either. For now, I have to let this go. What the hell are you? Sasuke asked, his voice not quite shouting but too quiet to be understood. Kakashi didn't want to take a chance right then, so he said, don't worry, he's not an enemy. But how is it possible for a kid not much older than your kids to kill someone as strong as Zabuza? Chizuna asked, not understanding. Kakashi began to walk back to his group. That is just how the world is. Sometimes there are kids younger than my genin but stronger than me. The hunter nin jumped down, grabbed Zabuza, and put him over his shoulder while Kakashi was giving his little speech. He said, thank you for your help. I need to get rid of this body because it's probably full of secrets. Farewell, then bowed his head a little and seemed to disappear. Fuck, Naruto yelled as he jumped into the clearing just as the hunter nin was going away. Chizuna looked back and forth between Naruto and his copy, saying, what the hell? Naruto told his clone, oh, you can erase. The clone did what it was told, and Naruto cheered as he got its memories a second later. That jutsu was awesome. Kakashi opened his eye and asked, what happened? In a voice that cut through Naruto's happiness. I was chasing Zabuza's accomplice as ordered. Whenever I got close to him he would disappear and I would sense him reappear hundreds of meters away. I had chased him several kilometers away when I heard the explosion from Mai and Sasuke's technique, Naruto said. But he stopped when he saw Kakashi sway. He turned to look at Sakura. He ran to catch his sensei and asked, Sakura, do you have any soldier pills? She quickly looked through the medicine kit behind her back and grabbed a small brown pill. She then threw it to Naruto. Naruto took off the mask of his sensei and gave him the pill. He said, man, I wish I had a camera right now. We'll probably never get another chance to see his face. I guess I know why he keeps it covered though. He probably doesn't want to be swarmed by fangirls. Just then Kakashi woke up, and his mask appeared on his face. Instead of being upset about being seen, Kakashi asked, where were we? Naruto put one of his sensei's arms around his shoulder and said, I was just telling you that I was a few kilometers away when the explosion happened. I'll tell you the rest as we walk. He looked calm as he spoke. Sasuke, get the other side. Sensei has chakra exhaustion even if he doesn't feel it too badly right now. Tazuna-san, can you lead us to your house? And Sakura, you are with Tazuna-san. I doubt anything will happen, but it never hurts to be careful. When Naruto was done, everyone got up and moved. They kept going toward Tazuna's house after Sasuke took Kakashi's other side. Thanks, Naruto. If you hadn't fed me that soldier pill, I probably wouldn't be able to do so much as walk for the next week. Now please continue. I heard the explosion and Zabuza's accomplice suddenly disappeared from my senses. After a couple tries, I used the jutsu with a large amount of chakra and sensed him near you guys. I ran back as quickly as I could. Just as I was coming into easy range, I felt Zabuza's chakra disappear and his accomplice jump down right next to where it was. Then I felt him use a shunshin to leave right before I reached you guys. From my clone's memories I can guess that fake hunter Nin was this Haku person, Naruto said. I see, so he was using two different transportation methods. Good job though. It would have been really bad if he had been able to interfere during the battle. I guess we'll have to do some serious training so we are ready for when he comes back. By the way, what was that technique you used, Naruto? Kakashi asked again. Fugendan. It is an original jutsu of mine. I generate a large amount of wind chakra and enclose it in a chakra shell. Usually it would have a thinner shell that would allow it to explode on contact, but I made the shell thicker so it would survive for a few moments in Sasuke's fireball before exploding. It worked perfectly for this, but it is only half done. I still have to find an effective means of delivery. It could be much more powerful if I manage to find that. A chakra shell, Kakashi thought. What did he do? That was definitely creative and incredibly effective. Do you have any more? Yeah, I've got 5 and no 7 others. They are all variations of the same concept. I wonder what would happen if I packed both wind and water or water and earth in a single spheria, Naruto said, leaving his team staring. They walked for another 30 minutes until they reached a house that looked like it had a moat around it. A short distance from the shore, it was on an island in the entrance to a small bay that was mostly covered in trees. A woman who looked to be in her late 20s peeked out the door when Sakura knocked. She opened the door wide, ran to Tazuna, and yelled, "Father," as she did so. He looked at Team 7 and said, "I'm fine. Thanks to these super shinobi. And this is my daughter, Tsunami. Nice to meet you, Tsunami-san. Do you know of a place where we can put Kakashi-sensei to rest? He's chakra tired and will need to rest soon," Sakura asked as she saw her sensei slouching again. Tsunami seemed to notice too, because she let them in right away and led them to a room with a bed. "You can let him rest in here." Naruto and Sasuke walked into the room and put their sensei on the bed. That's when Tsunami-san said, "Thank you. Get some rest, team. We will be training starting tomorrow." That fake hunter Nin definitely didn't remove Zabuza's head after he went to the trouble of putting him in a death-like state. That made Sasuke sit up. Death-like state, what is that? It was a surprise that Sakura answered. It is when someone who is highly skilled with Senbon pierces the body in certain places, making the body of the person who they are working on temporarily shut down, making it appear as if they are dead. It is a technique usually used in acupuncture for a surgery or something of the like when there is a reason not to use anesthesia. Kakashi told Sakura, "Very good," and then he turned over and closed his eyes. "Now I am going to sleep. I will see you tomorrow." The fake hunter Nin put Zabuza down in a clearing a few kilometers away from where he and Team 7 had fought. He took Zabuza's sword and buried it in the ground. She got out the tools she was going to use to carefully take the Senbon off of Zabuza's neck. "First I'll cut the bandages off his face and drain some blood," she said as she pulled out the right tool, which looked like tweezers but had handles like scissors. Just as she was about to cut through the bandages that were covering Zabuza's face, he screamed and grabbed her hand. Zabuza took the bandages off his mouth and said, "That's okay, I'll do it myself." "Oh, you're already back in the land of the living." He turned his head to the right and took one of the Senbons in his left hand. As he took it out, he said, "Damn. You sure rough." "You say I'm rough," said Haku, "but you really will die if you pull them out like that." As Haku took out the second Senbon, Zabuza did nothing but look at him. "How long do you plan to wear that stupid mask? It makes me think of how things used to be. It came in handy today. This act probably wouldn't have worked without it. Haku reached up and took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face. If I hadn't done so, you definitely would have been killed. Zabuza put bandages around his neck and said, if you were going to make me feel like I was going to die, you could have chosen a safer acupuncture point than the neck. As always, you are annoying. Haku smiled and said, you're right. I just didn't want to leave a scar on your flawless body, and the neck has very little muscle, so it is easier to hit the acupuncture points there. You shouldn't be able to move much for about a week, but knowing you, you might be able to move pretty soon. Though those wounds will make it certain that you will need at least a week to get back into perfect condition. You are so pure and clever. That's what I like about you. Haku just smiled and laughed a little as he looked at him. She said, that's because I'm just a kid, then turned to look at the ocean far away. She took a moment to think and then said, the mist is clearing. Will you be alright next time? If I have to, Zabuza said, next time I will beat the Sharingan. Sakura asked Kakashi, so what are we doing today, boss? As soon as he woke up. After getting up, Kakashi said, of course training. He then began walking to the front living room. While following, Sasuke looked a little excited. What kind of training? After Kakashi sat down on a couch, he went on. Hama, I think we'll focus on jutsu today. Sasuke is at the point where he has nearly activated his Sharingan, but he needs a final push that I can't give him. Sakura, while you are progressing well at chakra sensory, you need some offensive or defensive ninjutsu or possibly genjutsu. Naruto, you still need a lot of practice at dispelling genjutsu, but I don't believe you will need to worry about that in this fight, and while the jutsu you displayed was very powerful, it was also limited. There are so many things you can do with jutsu that techniques like that won't be able to do. I will probably teach you some defensive jutsu since yours seem to be mainly offensive. Naruto said, this sounds like a lot of fun. We'll train until Zabuza comes back. What's so fun about that? A little boy who had just come in asked. He was dressed in green overalls and a cream-colored shirt. He also wore a bucket hat with stripes of blue and white and sandals that looked like shinobi sandals but were not as strong. Who are you? Naruto asked, staying calm even though the kid was being mean, and Naruto could see hopelessness in the kid's eyes. Tazuna held out his arms to hug the boy and said, oh, Inari, where were you? Young Inari said, welcome back, Ji-chan, grandpa, as he took off his sandals and ran into his grandfather's arms. When Tazuna picked up Inari and began to rub his head, he said, you're a good boy. As Tsunami walked into the room, Inari ran into the arms of his grandfather. Inari, say hello to our guests. They are shinobi who protected your Ji-chan. Why should I say anything to them? They are just going to die. There's no way they can defeat Gato. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, wow, he's more emo than you used to be. He ended by saying, talk about a hopeless case. He then looked at Inari again. Seriously, do you think some midget with a little money can defeat shinobi? Sasuke said yes. Listen kid, one day I will earn the respect of everyone in my village and become Hokage, the strongest ninja in Konohagakure. There is no way that anyone will stop me before I get there, said Naruto. PFF to what? Are you stupid? There is no way someone like you could do that. Correction, there is no way I could do it if I was someone like you, but unlike you, I don't give up. Don't worry about it. If you don't want to die, you should leave, Inari told him over his shoulder as he reached another set of doors. That was all Tazuna did. Watch him leave. Where are you going, Inari? I'm going to watch the ocean from my room. Tomasa said, I'm sorry about that. He got up to follow Inari. He went through the same door as Inari and followed him up the stairs and down the hallway until he heard crying. Don't worry about it, the kid has some problems, he told her. He just barely opened the door and looked in. Inari was looking at a picture with tears running down his face. Inari said, To-san, while she was crying. He chose to leave the child alone for now and returned to his team to begin training. Teams 7 and 8 left Tazuna's house and went to the woods to start training. Before they left, Naruto made a few kage bunshin to shield the house from any harm. After walking for a short time, they reached a small clearing surrounded by trees. His genin was told to stand in front of him by Kakashi. Okay everyone, to start with, I won't be able to show you what the techniques I will teach you look like. I am still suffering from a slight case of chakra exhaustion and I will be for another day or so, Kakashi said, and his team nodded. I will teach you the hand signs and describe the chakra manipulation. Naruto, I will be teaching Doden. Doryuheki, Earth Release. Earth Style Wall, a technique that allows you generate Earth Chakra to form a solid wall of earth that you can create by either spitting out mud that forms the wall or make it rise out of the ground. This technique is very good against water techniques. Sasuke will be learning Raiju Hashiri no Jutsu, Lightning Beast Running Technique, a technique where you gather lightning chakra in your hand, then you allow it to expand into the shape of hounds made of lightning. Sakura, do you want to learn a ninjutsu or genjutsu? She finally said, Genjutsu please, after giving it some thought. Then I'll teach you Genjutsu Shibari, also known as the illusion binding technique, which you can use to stop your opponent from moving. Okay, I'll begin with you. In another part of Wave Country, there was a cone-shaped house perched on top of a very big tree. Haku was sitting in a chair next to Zabuza on a bed inside this house. Haku was taking care of Zabuza peacefully when she heard the door to Zabuza's room creak open. 3 men walked in. The first was Gato, still in his black suit and as short as ever. Behind him were his bodyguards. The second was a young man wearing a thick jacket and loose black shorts. He had chin-length straight gray hair kept under a Phrygian cap and a katana at his left side. The third man was missing his right eye, as shown by the X-shaped eye patch, and he wore black shin-length pants with diagonal white stripes. He had a katana strapped to his right hip, and his hair was styled in a way that looked like it was a chonmage. Honestly, both men looked like they were pretending to be samurai. That means even you have lost. I guess shinobi from Kurigaka are pretty weak, Gato said as he walked between his bodyguards. You call yourself a devil but can't even kill your own men. Don't make me laugh. Gato's bodyguards moved in front of him and made a move to draw their swords, just barely pulling them out of their sheaths. Haku tensed up as soon as she heard that. Gato told his guards, hold on for a second, and put up his left hand to signal, stop. Gato reached his hand toward Zabuza's face and said, hey, there's no reason to stay quiet. How about? Haku grabbed Gato by the wrist and said, don't touch Zabuza-san with your dirty hands. Before the 2 bodyguards could start drawing their swords, Haku broke Gato's wrist and quickly moved behind them. She grabbed the swords from their hands without them noticing while they kept drawing their swords until they felt something cold touch their necks. When they looked down, they saw that Haku had their swords in her hands, crossed so that the swords formed a X. Haku's face had gone from being friendly to being icy cold, and his eyes sparkled like steel. Don't do anything stupid. Right now I'm very mad. One more time. You will not be welcome here anymore if you fail one more time. Do not forget that. Gato said this as he grabbed his wrist and ran out of the room, leaving his 2 bodyguards behind him. Zabuza said, Haku, you didn't have to, as the blade of a kunai poked out from under his sheets. I know, Haku replied with a soft smile. But it's still too early to kill Gato. If we did, it would make a fuss, and they'd come after us again. We need to hold on a little longer. Yeah, you're right. On the next day, Naruto, the real Naruto, was at the bridge watching over Tazuna. He had 5 cage bunshin surrounding Tazuna's house and another 5 practicing the Doden, Doryuheki that he was learning. He could have only had 1 there, but he wanted a few extras in case the first one ran out of chakra. Naruto was sitting on the edge of the bridge practicing his sensory jutsu. When he and Tazuna got to the bridge, he decided to work on it without hand seals. He wasn't quite ready to do so, but he was able to perform the jutsu anyway. The first 20 or 30 times he did it, it was really hard to figure out what it was telling him, so he was simply working on improving what he sensed. Naruto got up to stretch around the middle of the morning. While he did so, he watched Tazuna organize everyone working on the bridge and help out whenever he could. Tazuna looked over at Naruto and called him out, so it looks like Naruto wasn't being very quiet about what he was seeing. You looked pretty bored just sitting there by yourself, Tazuna told Naruto as he walked up to him. Not really, I was trying to refine a technique I know. Really? Where are the other girl and the girl with pink hair? A simple training, was Naruto's answer. And you don't have to? Tazuna asked in a confused way. In fact, I am. There is a method I know of that basically makes copies of me. I learn how to do everything my copy does when I stop the hack. That lets me teach you and watch over you at the same time. As Tazuna walked by, he said, that is really cool. But if there is a technique like that, why aren't you all here? Naruto said, that's because not many people can use it. A voice said, hey Tazuna. Drop the load you're carrying, just as Tazuna did. I'm not sure what it is, Gichi. What is that? Tazuna asked as he turned to hearing it. I have been thinking a lot lately. Could I stop working on the bridge? It was an old man in gray pants and a black shirt. He had a towel around his neck and a headband on his hair to keep it out of his eyes. What do you want that for? This happened so quickly, not you either, the samurai almost yelled. Tazuna, we've been good friends for a long time. Gato will notice us if this keeps up, but I want to help you. Also, why do all this work if we're going to die? Let's stop building this bridge. I'm not going to do that. We use this bridge. We began building this bridge together because we thought it would help our poor country get more resources. But what if we die? It's noon, so let's end for the day. Gichi, you don't need to come tomorrow either. After putting away his tools and watching Gichi, Tazuna looked at Naruto and said, come on, I need to get some food for lunch. His sadness was clear. When they got to town, it was clear what Tazuna meant when he said his country was super poor. The buildings looked like they hadn't been fixed in a long time, and people were sitting on the side of the street, looking too hopeless and hungry to get up. Other people walked down the street with signs around their necks that said things like, "We'll do any job." There were even kids begging in the streets. He said, "Here we are," when they got to a small store that sold food. It's likely the owner who said, "Welcome," to the customer. After they looked around, Naruto said, "There's almost nothing here to buy." Even though there weren't many goods available, Tazuna didn't seem to care. He bought what he needed and put it in his backpack. As they walked down the street on their way back to Tazuna's house, Naruto felt someone pull on his pants. When he turned around to see who it was, he saw a girl who looked very hungry holding out her hands and pleading with him. Nairo said, "Hey, old man, hold up." He couldn't do nothing, so he took out the scroll that held his extra food and looked through it until he found the seal that said, "Fruit," in the middle. He opened it and saw a brown leather bag that looked a lot like Tazuna's backpack. He put 2 fresh apples in it and gave them to the girl. She smiled at him so brightly that he thought he might explode, then she ran off. As they continued to walk, Naruto turned back to Tazuna and asked, "What's going on in this city?" "This is how things have been since Gato showed up. Almost everyone has given up hope, except for a few of the kids. We need to finish the bridge because of this. It stands for courage and hope. People need to get over their fears and stand up for themselves if we ever want to be free. If the bridge can be finished, the city will be like it used to be, and people will be able to reach their full potential again." No changes were made to Naruto's look as he said, "Well, at least you dream big. But it will take a lot of work to fix this place up. But I believe I can assist you. I think that has been happening a lot lately since that guy quit earlier. This is too bad. It's less than a third of the staff I had a year ago. How many people do you need to get your crew back together?" At that, Tazuna just looked sad, "About 100. "That's okay," Naruto said. "When you get back to work, I'll give you that many." "How are you going to do that?" Tazuna asked with anger. "Remember how I told you I was training when you asked earlier?" Naruto asked him with a look that said, "Are you a fool?" "Yeah, you said something about copies of yourself." Tazuna began to speak again but stopped when he understood what the boy meant. "Yes, it's easy for me to make 100 copies of myself," the blonde said. "Just remember that you have to tell them what to do. I've never done anything like this before." "You do that?" "Okay," Naruto said, "since you're trying to bring life back to a whole country, the very least I can do is give you a few more workers to help you out." After talking, Naruto and Tazuna took the rest of the way to Tazuna's house in silence. Tazuna was in a much better mood than when they left the bridge. As soon as they got there, Tazuna gave his daughter the things he had bought in town and then sat down on the couch to relax. After 30 minutes, Tsunami was almost done making lunch when she went over to Naruto and asked, "Naruto-kun, could you please tell your team that lunch is ready?" He quickly made a kage bunshin and said, "Sure, Tsunami-san." He then had it dispel. "Okay, all done." "What do you mean when you say, all done?" "I don't know how to explain it. You saw how I made that copy, right? Well, some of them are on my team, and when one dispels, I learn everything it knows. But all of the other copies I've made also learn the same things." He said, "I basically sent my team a message telling them that lunch is ready." Tsunami said, "That is very helpful," and then he went back to cooking. After a minute, the rest of Team 7 came into the house and sat down at the table with Naruto, Tazuna, and Inari, who had just come down. Tsunami began serving lunch right after they got there. There was silence while everyone ate for a while until Tazuna spoke up. "Wow, this is really fun. It's been a long time since I last remembered how much fun it is to eat with a lot of people." Before anyone else, Sakura finished her meal and chose to look around the room instead of waiting. As she walked, she saw a picture of Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami that caught her eye. The upper right corner of the picture was torn off. "Why is there a broken picture on the wall? Wasn't Inari-kun staring at it last night during dinner?" she asked, her interest too strong to hold back. "Who is the person who was taken out of the picture? I know it's a rude question." "Is that your husband?" Tsunami finally asked. The three people in the picture all tensed up when she asked. As Tazuna went on, and the man called, the hero of Wave. Inari slammed his hand down on the table all of a sudden, then stood up and walked toward the front door. "Inari, where are you going?" Tsunami asked, concerned about her son's behavior. "Inari." She then turned to her dad and said, "Dad, don't talk about him in front of Inari, I told you." Though Sakura was worried about how people would answer her question, she still felt it had to be asked. "What's wrong with Inari-kun?" As he went on, Kakashi seemed to agree. "There seems to be a story behind this." Tazuna gave in and began to tell the story. Inari's father died when he was very young, but he saw someone else as a father. There was no blood between them, but they were so close that they behaved like father and son. "I remember that Inari used to laugh all the time," Tazuna said, shaking with anger as tears ran down his face. "But he changed after what happened with his father. He and everyone else on this island have forgotten what the word, courage, means ever since that day. To be more specific, it was stolen on the day of the event. Remember that? What happened, and how did Inari-kun fit into it?" Kakashi asked. Before going on, Tazuna took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. "Before I get to that, I have to tell you about his father. He was often called the hero of Wave." Naruto said, "Hero, again. It was about 3 years ago. Inari was playing with his dog on the pier when some mean kids decided they wanted it. They threw Inari's dog into the ocean when he said no. That's why they did it. They knew he couldn't swim, so Inari would be helpless as his only friend died. Then they threw him and his dog into the water to drown. The dog remembered that it could paddle like a dog, so it swam to the beach and got chased away by the mean kids. At the same time, Inari started to drown and was saved by a man who taught him how to be brave. He told Inari, and I quote, 'If you are a man, choose to live a life with no regrets. No matter how hard or sad it is, you have to keep trying for something important to you. Protect it with these 2 arms even if it means you have to die. That way, even if you die, there will always be proof that you lived.' Kaiza was a fisherman who came here to follow his dreams. Like a real father and son, he and Inari couldn't be apart. I guess it was only a matter of time before he joined the family. But the city also needed him. When there was heavy flooding and the dam gate had to be forced open, he grabbed a rope and swam through rapids that everyone thought would kill anyone who went through them. He got to the gate with the rope by swimming, and we were able to close it, which saved the whole area. People in this city saw him as a hero after that, and Inari couldn't have been happier. Then Gato came. Then this event took place. Kakashi finished for him. What exactly did happen? Kaiza was put to death by Gato, in front of everyone. What? Team 7 screamed through wide open eyes. Sakura yelled, and it looked like she was the only one who could speak up. I remember it, even though I'd like to forget, Tazuna said in a sad voice. He was badly beaten and had his arms cut off. He was nailed to a cross and Gato was yelling about the crimes he was accused of. Gato said, "Listen up. This person has been acting like a terrorist against Gato Corporation. He has been making trouble in this country, so he will be killed as a punishment. We need to make sure this doesn't happen again." Inari called Kaisa's name and he was killed. Inari, Tsunami, and the whole city have changed since that day. The story was hard for everyone on Team 7, but Sasuke and Naruto were probably the hardest hit. Sasuke thought about his own family and how he felt after losing most of them. He had a hard time understanding Inari's reaction because something similar happened to him and he became very focused on strength and revenge. Naruto, on the other hand, was very angry that someone had been hurt in that way and wanted to work off his anger while he thought of a way to help Inari and Wave. Just as Naruto was about to leave the house, Sakura called out to him, "Where are you going, Naruto?" There was anger on Naruto's face as he turned his head to look back at the people in the room. "I'm going to work off some of my anger before I explode, and there are a couple of things I need to think about," he said. Everyone just let Naruto go because they saw how hard he was trying to hold back his anger. Naruto then spent a long time training with his sword and fighting his clones while he cleared his mind and tried to come up with a way to help both Inari and Wave. But he couldn't. He couldn't think of a way to help them. Maybe it was because he didn't have enough real-life experience, but he couldn't figure it out. He ended up training until he dropped, which was fine because he went straight to his mindscape to talk to his parents and get their advice. He sat there and let them think about it after telling them about his team's mission and Wave. Kushina finally spoke up. "For that boy, Inari, the only thing I can think of is for you to show him how wrong he is. He doesn't want to or can't see that right now, which is the problem. If he doesn't give up, just show him what he should or could be like. That's likely your best chance, but I don't know if it will work. Naru-chan, good luck with that." "Okay, thanks Ka-chan. I really want to help Inari, but what about the bigger issue?" "I think the only way to really save Wave is to kill Gato," Minato said with a serious tone. "Even if they finish the bridge, Gato will just have his men take control of it. What he will do is use the bridge if he is still alive. What these people thought would be their hope, he will turn into a sign of his own power. He needs to be killed, and if you can, you should get back as much of the stuff he stole as you can, especially the property rights and proof of ownership, before someone steals it and uses it against the Wave people." "I see," Naruto said. Suddenly, the mindscape became fuzzy, and he began to worry. "What's going on? Someone sounds like they want to wake you up. Quick, get back to reality," Kushina yelled. Naruto did what she said and began to meditate. That was the fastest way for him to leave the mindscape right away. When Naruto woke up from his trip into his mindscape, the first thing he saw was a pretty girl. She had long black hair that went halfway down her back, pale, creamy skin, and big brown eyes that were both kind and funny. At first, he thought she was as flat as a board until he saw that she had bandages around her chest that went through the sleeve of her full-length pink kimono, which had small purple spirals on it. Tenshi was the only word Naruto could use to describe her. He didn't even realize he had said it out loud. She blushed a little and said, "Thank you, but you'll get sick if you sleep out here." "What? Who are you?" Naruto asked as he rubbed his eyes to wake them up. She said, "My name is Haku," and then she turned around to get a basket. Naruto stiffened when he heard her name, which was a good thing. He quickly calmed down, but she could have seen it if she had been looking at him. "I'm here picking herbs to make medicine for my friend who was hurt recently. Do you need help?" "Hi, my name is Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto said, thinking it was a good time to find out more. That was how she looked at him for a second before she said, "Sure, I'd appreciate that. Just show me what you want me to pick and I'll do it." Haku took a look in her basket and then pointed to a plant in the clearing where Naruto was sleeping. "That's the one I need the most, anyway," she said. Naruto started to pick the plant that Haku had pointed out and brought her a bunch of them in a basket. "No problem," she said. "But you're out here early, Haku-san." "And you? Why are you out here so early?" "Well, I'm not really that early. I came out to train last night to get rid of some anger. I didn't want to hurt the little kid who made me mad, after all." "That sword. So you're a shinobi?" Naruto thought to himself as he talked to her. "Wow, she's good. Asking me about things she already knows to throw me off. Yes, I'm a shinobi." She looked shocked when he said that. Wow, that's amazing, she said, making Naruto laugh a little. Why are you training? You look very strong already. Naruto became thoughtful and sad. He was trying to get this girl to trust him by being more open. If he was right about her, they had had similar childhoods. I want to earn the respect of my village, Naruto began, hesitating. Ever since I can remember, I've been hated for something I shouldn't have. I guess you could say that something has been my curse ever since I was born. People in my village always looked at me as if they were seeing something else. To earn their respect, I chose to work hard. Who knows, maybe one day I'll even become the Hokage. I work out to get strong enough to do that. But now I need to show that little kid who made me mad something. Is that for yourself or for someone else? Haku asked as she had memories of the past and the time she met Zabuza. What do you mean? Why do you want to earn that respect? Haku asked with a small laugh. Is it for you or someone important to you? Naruto thought for a moment and replied, both. I would be lying if I said it was just for other people. I want people to think of me as the greatest shinobi they have ever met. Sometimes I'm selfish, but I want to get stronger so I can protect my friends and other people I care about. Haku looked down for a moment. When she looked back up, her face was a mix of happiness and sadness that was hard to explain. Very strongly, Haku said, when someone has something valuable to guard, that's when they become truly strong. He thought of his friends, the old Hokage, the Ichirakus, Iruka-sensei, and his parents when he heard those words. Yeah, I agree completely. Haku had all the herbs she needed at that point, so she said goodbye and thanked Naruto-san for his help. I need to leave now. I see. You're welcome, maybe I'll see you again. Haku was quick on his feet. Perhaps I can learn more about the Konoha shinobi if I do. Possibly, it depends on whether I have enough herbs here. If not, I'll probably be back tomorrow around this time. As he waved goodbye, Naruto thought about Haku and said, I'll be here tomorrow then. He made a kage bunshin after Haku left. Follow her. Stay in our maximum sensing range but well out of Haku's. I want to know where they are staying in case I need that information later. The kage bunshin said, okay, boss, and then it flew off into the trees. I should find Gado's base now that that's over. Naruto thought, that way, I'll be one step closer to solving that problem. It was all of a sudden full of copies of him after he made the hand seal for kage bunshin. Split up and explore Wave Country. I want to find out where Gado's base is and map the islands. Go, Naruto said. Everyone said, okay boss, before these clones left the clearing, just like the first ones. Naruto ran back to Tezuna's house because he didn't want to miss breakfast. Naruto heard the end of a conversation just as he was walking into the house. As Sakura walked into the dining room, she let out a yawn. The fox said, Naruto never came back last night. Sasuke told him, don't worry about him, he'll be fine. Yeah, Sakura said when she stopped yawning, he won't give up. Tsunami said with worry, I hope he's okay. A child staying in the forest all night. Don't worry, Sasuke is right. He may not like it, but he is a real shinobi, Kakashi told Naruto as he walked in the door. Naruto said as he walked in and sat down at the table, I don't like that. I too look like a real shinobi. But thank you for the offhand comment. I just had to work off some anger so I didn't blow up at Inari. I came back when I woke up because I didn't want to miss breakfast before I have to guard Tazuna-Osan at the bridge. I'll send a few clones to work on the train with everyone else again. That way Tazuna is protected and everyone still improves. Kakashi agreed and said, that sounds like a good plan. That's how it went. After everyone finished breakfast, Naruto made 5 more copies of himself to go train with the rest of his team. He also went with Tazuna. Naruto went up to Tazuna after he had told everyone what to do when they got to the bridge. So Tazuna-Osan, what do you want the 100 clones I promised you to do? Just remember that they are all very strong and can walk on vertical surfaces or even upside down, Tazuna told Naruto. Really, that is a super thing. I was going to have half of you carrying for the other builders and half shadowing them and helping them, but now I split you into thirds and have the last group go to the bottom of the bridge and check it for weaknesses. That is something that is very difficult for my workers to do normally. Mostly I will want them to check for anything that looks out of place or like it will fall out or break. Could you have them check the whole bridge? not just the part we are working on? Naruto said, sure, and then he made 100 copies. He told her, split into thirds. You got this. Other than that, the day was pretty much the same as the day before. That is, until Kakashi asked Tazuna and Sakura to be waits after dinner so he could see how well he had recovered in the 2 days. Naruto and Sasuke were just watching as Kakashi did push-ups with one finger while they were on his back. They didn't expect an interesting conversation to start up while their sensei was working, though. I wanted to ask this morning but Naruto walked in and I forgot about it. But why are you still here when I lied about the mission? Kakashi asked Tazuna. It was the previous Hokage who told me, to give up your duty is not courageous. Below courageous there is nothing. Kakashi said this with eyes that only Naruto and Sasuke could see. That is the way of the shinobi, at least the shinobi who don't move because of money alone. There is a very fine line in between the two which we can never cross lest we become nothing but monsters. Tazuna said, I see. He sounds like a great person. He was, Kakashi said, giving Naruto a quick look that no one, not even Naruto, saw. He saw Haku again the next day in the same clearing. For a while, they worked in silence, just enjoying being with each other. They didn't even know they were doing it. At that point, they had mostly filled the basket, and Naruto chose to ask for more information. Haku-san, why do you smell like ice? I've never smelled anyone with a scent like yours before. When he spoke, Haku stiffened up and froze for a second before calming down again. She thought for a while about the boy she was talking to who was making her feel a little less nervous. I want to say I'm not like him, but he's a lot like me, she thought. Hated for something he couldn't change. He let me in a little bit. I guess I can too. I was originally from Mizu no Kuni. I was forced to leave because I come from a bloodline-bearing family. The bloodline Purgessa, yes. My mother came from the Yuki clan, a clan with the Hyudan bloodline. She hid this fact and blended into the civilian population. At least she did until I discovered that I have the ability to create. She raised her hand and showed a rose made out of ice. When I showed my mother she slapped me and told me never to do it again. But by that time it was too late because my father, my ever-kind father, had seen it. He turned out not to be as kind as I thought when he killed my mother and tried to kill me. In my fear and shock I used my abilities to the fullest for an instant and I killed him. After that I thought of myself and I had no choice but to think of that I was an unwanted person. That was something that I eventually realized was the most painful thing in the world. I thought she'd be like me, but I didn't know how much she is like me, Naruto thought as he heard her words. He couldn't stop thinking about the times when people didn't see him at all. The sadness on Haku's face didn't go away. You said that you wanted to be respected, for them to acknowledge you. Now if someone that acknowledged you from the bottom of their heart appeared, wouldn't that person become the most important person to you? So that is why you travel with Zabuza, he is the person who acknowledges you, Naruto stated. Haku jumped back right away, and in her haste to get away, she knocked over her basket while reaching for senbon that she didn't have. Now that Naruto had done something, she was very alert and on guard. Naruto didn't do anything, though. He just bent down and picked up the herbs that had fallen. I don't plan on doing anything. We're just two ninja on conflicting missions. I don't see any reason to take it any further than that. I honestly just wanted to know about the person who led me on such a frustrating chase a few days ago. And I really don't want to hurt such a nice and pretty girl, he said before putting the basket down and leaving. Without taking her eyes off of Naruto, Haku slowly moved forward and grabbed the basket. Then she stepped backwards. While I must thank you for your help the couple of times we met, I hope we don't meet again. Oh, and I'm a boy. He stopped moving for a moment. The word, bullshit, from Naruto made her stop. There are 3 things. First, you are way too pretty to be a boy. Second, when you woke me up yesterday, I saw into the sleeve of your kimono and saw the bandages wrapped around your breasts. And third, you smell like a girl. Girls actually have a unique smell to anyone with good enough senses. Haku said with sadness as she left the clearing, I see. Well, I still hope we never meet again. As soon as she left, Naruto took the flower Haku had given him and put a temperature seal on it to keep it warm and a stasis seal on it to keep it safe. Then he took out one of his storage scrolls that had extra storage seals and put the flower on it to keep it safe. What they did every day after the first day Naruto went to watch over Tazuna stayed the same for a few days. The only thing that really made them different was the information Naruto got from his cage Bunshin. He had several people watching Zabuza and Haku while staying out of their range of senses. Based on Zabuza's chakra signature, he could tell that he was slowly getting better. That wasn't very important, though. What was important was that his clones found Gato's base. Gato's main office was on an island nearby. He could get there by boat in about 30 minutes since it was close to Wave Country's main island. Naruto was able to get inside pretty easily. To get there, he had several clones change into birds. Once he got there, he didn't even have to try very hard to stay hidden. It's likely that Gato was feeling suspicious because no one in his base had even a genin level of chakra. One clone that was watching Gato's office was the only one he had changed. Even though that was gross, the clone was dressed as a fly and hid in Gato's hair. He learned a lot from the mouse clone, even though he had to replace it every day. It told Naruto that Haku had broken Gato's arm and that he was going to get rid of Zabuza as soon as he was done with Tazuna. Another thing the clone learned was how to get into Gato's safe and where it was kept. When Naruto learned that the Gato was going to betray Zabuza and Haku, he tried to figure out how to warn them but hasn't been able to do so yet. Okay, it had been 4 days. Tazuna and Naruto had just come back from the bridge, and the rest of Team 7 had just come back from training. They had just finished dinner with Tsunami and Inari. All right, starting tomorrow we will be taking shifts at the bridge instead of just leaving it to Naruto, said Kakashi. There will always be 2 people protecting Tazuna at the bridge and 2 people training. You kids and Dad, don't do too much, Tsunami said with worry in his voice. I have to admit that I'm a bit worn out from the work on the bridge, Tazuna said. At any rate, thanks to those copies of Naruto and everyone's hard work, the bridge is almost complete. You've been helping Tazuna on the bridge with your cage Bunshin. Good thinking actually. How many have you been making? Kakashi was curious. About 100 to help with the bridge and another 100 to explore the island, Naruto told me. Kakashi said, you've been making that many every day, so how's the exploration coming? Good, I've mapped out all of Nami and added it to my map. I see, Kakashi said with a hint of doubt. I need to ask you something later. Naruto began. No problem Kakashi-sen, but was cut off. Because Naruto's behavior made him think of his father, Inari looked up at him with tears in his eyes. Why do you try so hard? No matter how much you train, no matter how hard you work, you are no match for Gato's men. No matter what you claim, when facing the strong, the weak will only end up being killed. Inari cried with tears on his face. Naruto said, I'm glad I'm not one of the weak then, I'm not like you. I'd hate to be like you. You don't know anything about this country, but you still come in here and say you are trying to help. What the hell do you know about us, about me? I'm different from you, always acting so cheerful like anything you do can make a difference. You don't know how hard life can be. Everyone in the room felt a slight pressure all of a sudden, which made Inari shut up. That kid said one of the silliest things I've ever heard, Naruto said in a voice that didn't sound calm at all. Here you are posing like the star of a tragedy and cry all day while you are trying to preach to people who have lived through tragedies that make you look like nothing. Most shinobi have lived through some kind of tragedy. Take Sasuke over there for example. His entire clan other than him and his mother were wiped out in one night by one of their own. Or Kakashi-sensei, his father committed seppuku after his actions to save his teammates caused him to fail an important mission. You can just keep on crying forever, you idiot. You are just a coward who is doing the exact thing that his father told him not to do. I'll see everyone later. I need to get some fresh air. After a short time, Kakashi left the house and saw Inari with his legs hanging over the small pier that led to the ocean. He walked up behind Inari and then spoke. Can I join you? First, Inari turned his head to look behind him. Then, he stepped back a bit to make room for Kakashi. Naruto didn't mean any harm by what he said. Sometimes he just doesn't have any tolerance for people feeling sorry for themselves. Inari didn't say anything, he just sat down and thought deeply. Tazuna-san told us about your father. Like you, Naruto grew up without a father, but unlike you he was actually much worse off. He grew up never knowing his parents and with very few friends. He has probably had it much worse than you can imagine. Huh? But the thing you must realize is he never cries or complains. He always tries his best to earn that recognition and respect he desires. For that dream he would risk his life at any time. Honestly, he's probably gotten sick and tired of crying and feeling sorry for himself. He knows what it truly means to be strong, just like your father. Naruto probably understands your feelings better than anyone else. What? He just doesn't seem to be able to leave you alone. I'll leave you alone to think. Kakashi did that because he still needed to talk to Naruto before the night was over. In light of this, he got up and walked toward the forest, where he knew Naruto had gone. He finally started to feel him after 10 minutes of walking through the woods. This was unusual for him because he usually did a great job of hiding his chakra. It looks like he wasn't doing that right now. He chose to ask Naruto only a few simple questions when he found him. So what were you hiding earlier? Naruto took one last deep breath to calm himself and then said, I thought you probably noticed. I found both where Zabuza is hiding and Gato's base. Zabuza will probably attack tomorrow. His chakra signature feels almost exactly like it did when we first met him. The problem is Gato. Kakashi was curious about how his student's mind worked and asked, how so? Before deciding to go on, Naruto gave his sensei a very serious look. Before that, I have to tell you about an ability of mine. I assume it is a side effect of my chakra mixing with the Kyuubi's, but when I use henge I don't use an illusion. My transformations are physical changes. That is one reason I have been able to go into stores and buy whatever I need. The map I made is actually a reflection of my mindscape, so when I first made it, I made Cage Bunshin and had them transform into birds to do a good part of the mapping. I used that trick again when I found Gato's base and had one of my clones transform into a fruit fly and hide in his hair. I found out that he intends to double-cross and kill Zabuza as soon as he kills Tazuna. I've been trying to think of a way to warn him but couldn't find one. That is actually not a bad idea. I doubt it will work, but if it does we won't end up fighting them again. We are at a time limit, so right now it doesn't matter much how you do it too much. I would suggest that you send a Cage Bunshin transformed into something to tell them. While it might give away the fact that you can transform like that, I doubt that you will use that much in battle, and showing one of your cards might make it a little more likely that they will believe you warning. Do you have any other secrets you want to share? Naruto just stared at his teacher blankly. Secrets, yes. Share. No, everyone has secrets. I like to keep mine that way for now, but there is one I will share when we get back to Konoha, as you have earned my trust. Kakashi said, thank you, sincerely, and then turned around to walk back to Tazuna's. When Naruto knew Kakashi was gone, he did what Kakashi told him to do and made 2 Cage Bunshin. You two will try to warn Zabuza. You will try first, Naruto said, pointing to one of them. But if you fail, you, pointing to the other, will try to finish the job. The clones all said, gotcha, boss. It was Naruto who told Kakashi to go, and then followed her back to the house. The moment he got back to the house, he got out of bed and laid down. After a little more than an hour, he got the memories he was waiting for. They jumped through the trees and went to where Zabuza and Haku were staying in a treehouse. Both stopped and went back to the ground about 100 meters from the house. The clones turned into a black cat and a fly, and they pushed down as much of their chakra as they could. The second clone landed on the first one, which quickly walked up to the house and up the ramp that led into it. Naruto looked around for a while and finally found the room where Zabuza and Haku were sitting. Being careful to look like a cat, the first clone slowly walked into the room and over to where Zabuza was sleeping on the bed. Just before he got to the bed, he made a paralysis seal. It would keep them from moving, but not as well as if he had put it directly on them. Just as Haku and Zabuza realized they couldn't move, Naruto jumped up and sat down on Haku's lap. Zabuza-san, I've come to give you a warning. Is the cat talking and stopping Zabuza from moving at the same time? What the fuck is going on? He yelled. Haku seemed to know that voice. Naruto-kun. How is this possible? I can feel the weight and fur of a cat, but it is you, isn't it? Very perceptive, Haku-chan. Don't worry, by the way, you will be able to move again in a few minutes. I have the ability to transform myself and I used it to spy on Gato. That is why I came here. Whether you believe me or not is your choice, but Gato is planning to betray you and have you killed after you dispose of Tazuna, Naruto said. The last words were a mockery of him. Do you have any questions before I go? Haku asked. Why did you warn us? That's easy. I honestly don't want to fight you. Any more? Zabuza and Haku were both quiet. The first clone said, then goodbye, and waved goodbye, leaving the fly Naruto to listen. As soon as Naruto the cat went away, so did the paralysis seal, and Zabuza almost flew off the bed. That was all Kage Bunshin. Who the hell was that? Zabuza asked Haku. That was the blonde-haired Konoha shinobi. He was also the one who was chasing me through the woods while you were fighting his team the first time, Haku said. But he was there the whole time. How the hell? Of course, the one fighting me was just a Kage Bunshin. How did you know his name? I met him when I went out to collect herbs. I actually met him twice, Haku said with a slight blush. The first time I didn't learn much, so I tried again. The second time I met him, I found out that he knew who I was from the beginning, as he recognized my chakra signature from chasing me through the forest, so he is probably a censor. He also has the ability to truly transform, like he said. When he was sitting on my lap I thought he was a cat until he spoke. There is a good possibility that he was telling the truth. It doesn't matter, even if Gato is planning on betraying us. You know how important reputation is to a nuke nin. If we fail or back out before we are betrayed, we will probably never be hired for another job. So we will still attack tomorrow, we'll just have to beat them and be ready for Gato to attack. Haku said, understood Zabuza-sama, and she stood up and left, ending the conversation. Like the cat Naruto before him, the fly Naruto flew out of the window and away. Following his thoughts on the memories, Naruto used his sensei to locate his teacher and then proceeded to the pier where Kakashi was sitting. I gave them the warning. Kakashi asked, how did it go? After being shocked by what Naruto said. I'm pretty sure they believed me and Haku wanted to stop the attack. Zabuza decided that even if that was the case, they couldn't afford to be the first to break their contract or their reputation would be ruined. He chose instead to defeat us quickly and be ready for Gato when he showed up. I'm impressed that you were able to persuade them that you were telling the truth, Kakashi said as he began to think. How did you learn their response? I actually sent 2 clones. The first became a cat, the second a fly. When the cat clone dispelled, it left the fly to find out their reaction. Good job, even if you didn't manage to prevent the attack. Thanks. Do you think I could fight Haku tomorrow? I think I know how to beat her. Kakashi said with a slightly sexy grin. Her, huh? He just shook his head. I should have remembered you were a pervert. I'm going to bed. Tomorrow will be a long day. Everyone got up early the next day. While they were getting ready, Kakashi told Tazuna and his team that they would all be going to the bridge. Once everyone was done with breakfast, Tazuna and Team 7 began walking toward the bridge. To be safe, Naruto made 10 clones to steal from Gato's base and 5 to guard Tazuna's house and keep Tsunami and Inari safe. Also, it was a good thing because Naruto got the memories of 3 of the 5 clones he made right before they got to the bridge. The clones did nothing for the first 30 minutes but walk around the house in a circle. Then, one of the clones heard a loud squealing sound coming from outside the boundary. The clone found the source and saw a big pig pulling itself away from the house. A blood trail led him to where the pig came from. It was hurt with a sword, and Naruto found a path of destruction leading to the house it was supposed to protect by following the blood trail. Even though the path was made of broken trees and bushes, it was still easy to see. The clone quickly spread out so that one of the other patrolling clones could quickly get there. It had been far from the house. He almost heard a scream in the end of a conversation before he got close enough to make a difference because of a second clone that ran toward the house. Kya! Screamed the Tsunami. Just before Inari said, Ka-san. Naruto heard the steps of someone going down the stairs. What? There's a kid, asked a voice that didn't belong. It yelled, don't come. Run away. The same strange voice asked, should we take him too? A second voice said, Gato only talked about one hostage. The first voice asked, he. Then should I kill him? Wait, said Tsunami. If you touch my child I will bite off my tongue and kill myself. You need a hostage, right? The second voice said, hey kid, you should thank your mom. Damn, I also wanted to cut something, the first voice said with a pout. Give it a rest already. The second voice said, you already cut up a bunch of stuff on the way here. Let's just hurry and take her. While the two men dragged Tsunami out of the house, Naruto could hear someone crying in the background. The clone could finally see what was going on when she was being dragged across the small bridge that connected the house to dry land. She almost started swearing. The first man was making fun of Tsunami. Looking at all of that pretty skin makes me want to cut it. The second person told him to walk faster. After making up his mind, Inari ran out of the house at that very moment. He yelled, "Wait." The first man, who the clone could now see only had one eye, asked, "Huh?" and then turned around. "It's that kid." Tsunami yelled, "Inari." Inari got up the courage to run at them and said, Get away from my Ka-san." The man with one eye said, "Geez, stupid kid." The second man, who was wearing a strange hat, said, "Cut him." One Eye said, "Sure," and they both pulled out their swords. Another, Inari. Scream came from Tsunami. That's when the first clone stepped in and quickly grabbed Inari and Tsunami. He then yelled, "Kawarimi no Jutsu," and replaced himself and Inari with a log. "Sorry for being late, Inari, but I did manage to get here on time even if it was at the last second," said Naruto. "Naruto?" Inari asked, almost not believing it. As One Eye tried to join their conversation, he said, well, if it isn't one of those weak shinobi that Tazuna hired." Naruto said to the thugs, "Good job, Inari. You kept their attention off of them, and I was able to save your mom." When the two bad guys had had enough, they rushed Naruto while Inari worriedly spoke up. "Are you going to be alright?" Naruto really only threw a few shuriken. They were gone in a puff of smoke before the shuriken even got to them. Two more Narutos were standing there with the shuriken in their hands when the smoke cleared. Inari was shocked and asked, "What happened to them?" He then heard a scream coming from the woods, but it was cut off quickly. The clone that saved him said, "I think I killed them." Inari looked blankly for a moment. "But how did you know they were here?" "The boss created us to make sure you were safe." One of us heard a high-pitched scream, and when he went to find it, he found a dying boar that had been cut up with a sword. He quickly alerted the rest of us and we got here in time to save you. The clone looked at Inari with concern. "Never mind that though. About yesterday when I called you a coward, forget it. It turns out I was wrong. You just proved you are strong." Inari began to cry and began wiping his eyes so they would dry. "Damn it. I decided I wasn't going to cry anymore. I bet you were going to call me a crybaby and make fun of me." The clone asked, "What are you talking about?" This made Inari stop crying and look up. It is alright to cry when they are tears of joy. They just mean you are so happy you can't keep it in anymore. The first copy looked around at the other copies. "I'll dispel with one of you two, the other stay with Inari and Tsunami. Make sure, if I don't make it clear enough, that the clone in the forest doesn't dispel until everything is over. Boss doesn't need to be distracted." The original Naruto thought to himself, "It's probably a good thing the clone said that. I don't need to deal with my first kill right now." He then turned to his sensei. "Kakashi-sensei, two of Gato's thugs tried to take Tsunami hostage. The clones I left there took care of it, there are still two protecting them." As Kakashi talked, Tazuna looked incredibly happy. "Good job, Naruto. Everyone stay on guard. If they attack today like I suspect, Naruto will take care of the accomplice. I'll take Zabuza, and Sasuke and Sakura you will guard Tazuna." "HN," was Sasuke's one-syllable response of irritation. "You two are probably the most important Sasuke," Kakashi told his student as he looked at them. "Remember how he tried to get right at Tazuna last time? I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again." After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke didn't look as angry. They walked for a few more minutes until they got to the bridge and saw the workers lying on the ground. As Tazuna ran up to one of the men, he yelled, "What is this?" The man said, "A monster." The shinobi, who were already on guard, became even more alert as mist came in. Kakashi said, "Here they come," in a quiet voice that everyone could hear. No one was surprised when Sakura asked, "Isn't this Kirigakure no Jutsu, Kakashi-sensei?" Momoichi Zabuza's scary voice said, "Long time no see, Kakashi. Still with those brats I see. That boy is still shaking even, poor kid." Suddenly, 10 Zabuza Mizu Bunshin with Zanbatos ready to attack showed up around them. Sasuke took a calm look up. I'm shaking in excitement. Do it, Sasuke, Kakashi told him as he watched. If Sasuke said yes, he drew a kunai in each hand and then faded out of sight for a moment. He then came back to the Dame place. All of the Mizu Bunshin fell into puddles of water when he finally got back into a guard position. That kid took care of the Mizu Bunshin, he's not bad. It looks like a rival has shown up, Haku? Zabuza asked his partner. Yes, it does, Haku said, putting on her battle gear and mask once more. Naruto thought to himself, I guess it's almost my turn. He got ready for the fight. What a great young man, Haku said from behind her mask. Even though Mizu Bunshin are only 10th as strong as the original, that's still great. But we now have the upper hand. Go, Zabuza told them. Haku said, yes, and then she blurred towards Sasuke. That's how far she got before Naruto quickly stopped her and blocked the senbon she was holding with a kunai. Hello Haku-chan. Hello Naruto-kun. It's great to see you again, but I wish it wasn't now. Naruto said, I can't say I disagree, when he heard Kakashi give orders. Kakashi told Sasuke and Sakura, you two know what to do, and then he looked at Zabuza. Well Naruto-kun, as much as I'd like to avoid this I have to warn you, you won't be able to keep up with me next time. Haku said sad but firm. Plus I've already gained 2 advantages. What could those be? The first is that there is water on the ground, and the second is that I have one of your hands tied. From now on, you can only run away from my attacks, Haku said as she stomped her foot and made hand seals with one hand. Sensatsu Suisho, 1,000 flying water needles of death. As they looked around, water rose into the air and formed hundreds or even thousands of ling needles. Oh shit, Naruto thought as he made a sealless cage Bunshin outside of her attack range and gave the order to Kawarimi to him. The needles all flew at the clone at dizzying speeds, blocking its view for a moment as they hit it. As soon as Haku saw where Naruto should have been, she said, he's gone. She quickly jumped back and looked for him. Naruto spoke from behind Haku-chan and said, that was pretty impressive. Right away, Haku swung her hand, which had senbon between the fingers, at Naruto to try to hurt him and get him to back off, but Naruto just blocked her with his left arm, stopping them in their tracks. Naruto said, you know Haku-chan, you aren't the only one who can do jutsu with only one hand. He then made a much faster but weaker version of the move he had used against Zabuza. Fugonden. It was a small sphere of blue chakra that was filled with green chakra. He was only using it to distract her, though, because as soon as she looked at it, he kicked her hard, sending her back toward Zabuza. Naruto threw the sphere at Zabuza when he saw Haku fly back. Zabuza just grabbed his Zanbato and held it out in front of him. He had no idea what would happen when it hit. The hard hit pushed Zabuza back more than a meter, and almost half of his mist was blown away. Team 7 was also affected. They weren't pushed back like Zabuza, but the strong winds messed up their hair. That made Naruto whistle with admiration. Wow, that will be awesome if I can find a better way to deliver it than throwing, he said. What the fuck was that? Zabuza swore as he looked at Naruto. You should not put my team down by calling them brats. Naruto, that shinobi is by far the most interesting one in Konoha. Sasuke and Sakura are also very smart for their age, Kakashi said without meaning to. He ha ha. Haku, you do know that at this rate, we'll be driven back, right? Zabuza said with haughtiness. Okay. That is definitely something we can't have, Haku said as she started to make ice chakra to get ready for her ultimate move. Naruto didn't like how he felt, so he put some distance between himself and his team, knowing that Haku would follow him. Once he was farther away, he stopped and felt something cold behind him. He quickly turned around and saw what looked like an ice-covered mirror behind him. Looking back at his team, he saw that the mirrors formed a dome around him. She spoke, Makio Hyosho, demonic ice mirrors, and then Haku appeared in the mirror he was looking at. Naruto quickly put his hand on the mirror behind him to look at it. He felt that he might be able to do the same thing with these, but he couldn't because they were made of her chakra and he couldn't use them without her permission. Haku spread from the one mirror to all of them, making her or her image appear in each one. The ice dome made Kakashi a little scared, and Sasuke could see it. Damn, he said as he ran toward the mirror dome. It looked like Zabuza didn't want to miss that chance because he ran so fast toward the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna that Sasuke could barely see him. All he could see was the shine of his raised sword. Sasuke began to work on the hand seals for Kaden Gokaku no Jutsu, but he knew he would never finish in time. Saying, "Sasuke-kun," to him from behind, Sakura's voice had a familiarity he hadn't heard in years and liked. He knew that if he didn't stop Zabuza, she would die with him. Not at all, Sasuke thought. I refuse to lose anyone else. I refuse to die, and as long as I'm alive, I will not let anyone important to me die. I only had to follow him. Sasuke didn't notice that Zabuza's movements were slowly becoming clearer until all of a sudden he could see everything perfectly. When he realized how close Zabuza was, he took his kunai out of their holsters on both hips and put as much chakra into them as he could while making his body stronger and sticking to the ground as firmly as he could. The sound of a clang could be heard in the clearing as Sasuke blocked Zabuza's downward slice with his crossed kunai. As Sasuke fell to his knees, he thought, what the hell is with his strength? I think I almost broke my arms, even though I used chakra to strengthen them. I guess this is the strength of an elite Junin. He wouldn't have to hold it for long, though. Naruto saw Kakashi-sensei running toward the mirror dome and Zabuza starting to run toward Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna, just as they were about to fight. He could tell that his sensei was being lazy and not paying attention to what was going on around him. Listen, Kakashi-sensei, I'll be okay. The two of them are in danger. Zabuza is after Tazuna. Go help them, Naruto yelled. Kakashi understood right away, which made Naruto happy, and he kicked Zabuza in the chest before Zabuza could hurt Sasuke. Okay Naruto-kun, I'm glad your friends are still alive too. Let's start. Senbon came at Naruto from several mirrors just as Haku was done. How did she throw so many Senbon at once? Naruto was pretty sure that all but one of the copies of Haku were just pictures. He knew he didn't have time to think about it, so he used his Kitsune to avoid the first set of Senbon by taking a step to the side. To avoid the second set, he flipped in the direction he had just come from. Naruto started looking for Haku as soon as he got away from her Senbon. He used his sensory jutsu to find her and then started following her by keeping an eye on her chakra. There was a little chakra in all of them all the time, but she was always moving so fast that even with the Kitsune turned on, he had trouble keeping up. He knew at least that she was using them to get from one mirror to the next, where they sped her up to crazy speeds. He dodged Haku's attacks for a while and learned how they worked, but he still got hurt. He decided he needed some time to himself, so he made the hand seal for Kage Bunshin and filled the dome with smoke. Even though Haku couldn't see anything, he made a second Kage Bunshin outside the dome without sealing it. He told that clone to cover the inside of the mirror with ice to see if he could stop her from using it. He bet she couldn't use his ice either, so they would have to fight head to head. While Naruto was taking a break, which didn't last long, he pulled out the few Senbon that had made it into his body. Almost as soon as the smoke cleared, she threw Senbon very quickly while moving from mirror to mirror. One attack was enough to get rid of all of the Kage Bunshin. He still needed to keep her attention, so he pulled out his Hiraishin kunai and sent chakra into it. The sword then appeared. A fight stopped when Haku saw Naruto's sword. She had to blurt out, "What is that?" Naruto put on a show by waving his sword around a little to buy some time. "Oh, you mean this?" "Of course I mean that." Haku was getting a little irritated, so Naruto decided to speed up his explanation. "This is my sword. I am pretty good at Kenjutsu, almost as good as I am at Fuinjutsu, but I found myself without a sword. I'm not really rich or anything, so I couldn't afford to buy one, so I decided to make one. Like I said, I am very good at Fuinjutsu, and since I have no blacksmithing skills, I decided to use Fuinjutsu to make one." Even though he had blown away some of the fog, it came back just as he was about to continue his explanation. Thought that was good, since he didn't want to show anyone some of his skills just yet. "One of the things I have in abundance is chakra, and since I can make Kage Bunshin which can think for themselves, I had a bunch of them work on seals that made this," he said again with his sword. It is a blade made of extremely condensed chakra with a coating of wind chakra that makes it able to cut nearly anything. Now, I'm curious if it can cut your mirrors. It won't help. My mirrors can't be destroyed except by the strongest of jutsu. But that isn't all they do. This jutsu uses the mirror's reflections to transport me, and it slows down my perception of the world, so from my viewpoint, you appear to be moving in slow motion. Amid his speech, Haku moved toward the mirrors on the other side of the dome from where his clone was working. Naruto cut down with his sword. The blade did what he thought it would do and cut through the mirror. But unlike the other things he had tested it on, it took all of his strength to keep it moving. It's likely that Haku thought nothing would happen since she didn't try to stop him. She quickly moved from mirror to mirror and threw Senbon at him when she saw him cut through it. She did until she tried to get to the mirror where his copy was working. Naruto turned off his sword and ran as fast as he could toward the mirror as soon as he saw Haku going that way. She tried to get in, but she just bounced off, and Naruto was waiting for her with his knee. When Naruto's knee hit Haku in the stomach, she passed out and fell to the ground. Naruto quickly made more Kage Bunshin to do the same thing with the other mirrors. This way, even if Haku got back up, she wouldn't be able to use them. He used all of his strength in that attack, so she must be in a lot of pain. Haku gasped and asked, "How?" Naruto thought about what to say but finally decided not to. "I used my chakra to put a layer over your mirror that wouldn't recognize you and let you move into it. At the speed you were moving when you hit it, I bet that had to hurt. Everything else I did, from creating Kage Bunshin to explaining my sword, was a setup just for this opportunity, so when you tried to use that mirror you would hit a solid wall at high speed." He was about to touch the back of Haku's neck and make a seal to block his chakra when they heard what sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. When Haku looked up, she saw that the fog was starting to lift, letting her see Kakashi holding Zabuza back with what looked like dogs. She thought the scroll at Kakashi's feet had something to do with the technique because she saw it there. As soon as she saw that, Kakashi ran toward Zabuza, his hand glowing with electricity. As she knew she could never get to him in time, so she threw Senbon as hard as she could. The Senbon hit their mark, destroying the scroll she had seen and making the dogs dispel. It was only for a short time that Zabuza had the freedom to move to the side. Kakashi's attack didn't hit him in the heart, it hit this arm instead. Both of his arms looked like they were no longer useful, at least for the rest of the fight. Not long after, Naruto quickly put the seal he had made on Haku's neck. As soon as the seal went into effect, Haku gasped and passed out on the ground. She could not even feel her chakra, let alone use it to do anything. He also put a paralysis seal on her just to be safe, so she couldn't move at all. After that, he turned her over and threw her mask to the side. It was all he could do to make sure she wasn't breathing in blood. As soon as the seals were put in place, the mirrors fell apart and his clones disappeared because they could see they were no longer needed. Naruto walked over to where Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting and saw that they were just about done. As Kakashi was about to kill Haku for good, he heard a voice behind him, close to where he had just left Haku. "Oh, you're getting your ass kicked. How disappointing, Zabuza," a voice said. Naruto turned around just in time to hear Zabuza answer. "Gato." He wasn't really paying attention to Zabuza because Gato was standing over Haku, who couldn't do anything. There were a lot of thugs and general scum behind him. Zabuza asked, "Why the hell are you here?" Gato said in a funny voice, "The plan has changed. In fact, this was my plan from the start. Zabuza, I'm going to have you killed here." "What?" "Well, it's easy enough to understand. I never planned on paying you any money. Hiring a shinobi from a village is expensive and there is a chance they would betray me. So I hire nuke nin who are easy to take care of afterward. Once the shinobi battle each other like you have, I just have them killed off with sheer numbers. Nice plan, don't you think? It doesn't cost me anything and sometimes it even earns me a bonus. The only problem with the plan this time was you. Kurigakure no Kijin. What a joke. If you ask me, you are just a cute little baby devil." The thugs yelled, "We can easily kill you now." Zabuza was talking to Kakashi while the bad guys cheered. "Kakashi, I'm sorry but this fight is over. I no longer have a reason to kill Tazuna, so I have no reason to fight you." Kakashi seemed a little happier. "You're right. Gato finally caught Naruto's eye as he reached down to touch Haku. He grabbed her shirt as if to lift her up, but then he let go. "Oh yeah, I owe this one for breaking my arm." Gato told everyone about his find. "Oh, this is rich, it isn't a he after all. This bastard is a girl. I bet my men would like to have a little bit of fun with her before we get rid of her body." While letting out a lot of killing intent, Naruto yelled, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Gato stopped in his tracks. Naruto asked Zabuza, "What do you think you are doing?" Zabuza said, "Shut up, kid. Haku is already dead," but he didn't understand what was going on. "What the hell are you talking about?" Naruto asked, not sure what to think. "As Gato used me, I used Haku. In the shinobi world there are only two types of people, those who use and those who are used. Shinobi are simply tools. I didn't want her but her blood. I have no regrets." "Screw this," Naruto yelled as he jumped forward too quickly to be stopped. He jumped up and punched Gato, sending him flying back into his guards. Then he grabbed Haku and ran back to where Kakashi and Zabuza were. He quickly put her back down and got ready again. Zabuza asked in a harsh voice, "Why would you risk your life for an enemy?" "First, we aren't enemies anymore. But she is someone I see as a friend and she is similar to me. We have both been hated for something out of our control," Naruto said. "But my question is this," Naruto said, "why didn't you try to do what I did? She loves you so much that she would be willing to give up her life, to live without a dream of her own, to live and die as a tool to help you if it helped you. Well, I'll worry about that later. It is time to take down Gato. This country is doomed as long as he is alive. I agree with you about that kid. Could you lend me a kunai?" Zabuza asked as he peeled off part of his face mask. Naruto pulled a kunai out of his holster and threw it to Zabuza. He said, "Here." When he caught the kunai in his mouth, he ran straight toward Gato. Two kunai were held by Kakashi, and Naruto's sword was drawn. They ran after him. After Naruto's attack, they had to get to Gato where he was stuck in the middle of his thugs. Gato squealed like a little girl when he saw the three shinobi coming toward him. He ran away from them before yelling an order. "That's enough, kill them." Things went crazy with the thugs. One person yelled, "Sure thing. 3 hurt shinobi against these many," yelled someone else. "Do you really think you can win?" All three were letting out a lot of desire to kill. Zabuza was going straight for Gato and didn't even bother to defend himself as he rushed past. Some of the bad guys were getting lucky hits, though. At least that's what the weapon sticking out of him told Naruto. With his kunai, Kakashi was just cutting through the crowd, but Naruto was really bad. He was putting a lot of chakra into his sword because it could extend. As he swung his sword, body parts flew off the thugs as they fell in piles to the left and right. He wasn't even letting himself think about what he was doing because he knew it would make him sick. As they ran toward Gato, a group of villagers came up behind them. The thugs broke and ran when they saw how many enemies they would have to face besides the 3 monsters that were already killing them. But it was too late for Gato. Zabuza had already caught up to him and cut off his head with the kunai still in his mouth. Naruto and Kakashi knew it was too late when they got to Zabuza. He was hurt so badly that he could not live. Weapons were sticking out of every part of his body. He was still able to think and talk. "Kakashi, I have a request." "What is it?" Zabuza spoke through bloody lips. "I want to see her face and die next to her. There are so many things I wish I had told her." All of this made Naruto even more confused. "What are you talking about? She is still alive. I just put a paralysis seal on her." "What?" Zabuza gasped, but his eyes seemed to light up with hope again. Naruto said, "I'll go get her. You still have time to say what you were talking about." Then he left to get Haku. He put her on a princess carry and ran back to Zabuza with her. On the way, he took off the seals he had put on her. As Haku struggled to get out of Naruto's arms, she asked, "What happened? I couldn't see anything that was going on after the jerk grabbed me." "Sit still for a second. Zabuza is about to die, and he wants to talk to you before he does." Naruto saw her eyes light up when she stopped struggling. They got to Zabuza's side a short time later, and Naruto put Haku down. As tears ran down her face, Haku ran up to him and put her hand on Zabuza's cheek. Zabuza-sama. Haku, Zabuza said with a small smile, always thought his daughter. Survive. Kakashi, take care of her, with you. That was the end of Zabuza. After 2 weeks, he walked toward Zabuza's grave, which was in the clearing in the forest where he had met Haku for the first time. Again, Haku was there, praying in front of his grave. Kubikiribocho put up a simple stone in a hole to mark his grave. He looked a little thin. He was still trying to understand not only his first killing, but also the fact that he had killed many people. It helped that he talked to his parents, but he still needed more time to get back to normal. Sasuke and Sakura were able to handle it, but they were only able to kill a few of the bad guys who were trying to attack their teammates from behind. Naruto asked Haku-chan, "Are you ready to go?" in a voice that was a little sad but much more normal than it had been a few days before. At the same time he asked that, the rest of his team showed up, and Sakura asked a question. Kakashi-sensei, was he right about shinobi? It is true that a shinobi isn't supposed to pursue personal goals. Becoming a country's goal is often seen as the most important thing. That is true in Konoha as well. Naruto asked, his voice a little more alive, is that really all it means to become a shinobi? I don't like that. Sasuke asked, do you agree with that, Kakashi-sensei? That is something that each and every shinobi has to deal with as they live this life. That was something that Zabuza dealt with at some point in his life, and you will have to as well. There was a smile on everyone's face when Naruto said, I understand. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. I think I will find my own way to be a shinobi, my own ninja way. Haku was surprised that she had never thought about that before. She had always given everything she had to be Zabuza's tool. She would have to give it a lot of thought if she wanted to do what he asked her to do, stay alive, and live up to the honor of being his daughter. Let's go, everyone. It's time to go back to Konoha, Kakashi said as he turned around and went back to the bridge. They were standing near the end of the bridge, right in front of the toll gate. They were on their way back to Konoha. They were saying goodbye to Tazuna, his family, and many villagers who had come to see them off. Naruto gave Tazuna all the Wave Country deeds and papers that he had taken from Gato's base because he trusted Tazuna to get them to the right people. He also gave Tazuna most of the money that his clones had found, except for 5 million ryo, which he had sealed in one of his scrolls as a return. The rest of the treasure he was able to, right. He would figure it out when he got home. The Hokage would get the most out of it, so he would get most of it. Thanks to you we've completed the bridge, but this is super sad, said Tazuna. Thank you for everything, Kakashi answered. Naruto chose to do something to make Inari feel better because he looked like he was going to cry. He told Inari, don't worry, we'll come to visit. You should come see me, Inari said sniffily. It's okay to cry if you're sad, you know. As long as you aren't crying out of self-pity, it's okay. I'm not going to cry, but you can, Naruto. I'm not going to cry about this because I know it isn't a goodbye but a see you later. The 5 shinobi finally started to walk away, saying goodbye. However, they couldn't hear what was being said behind them. That boy was able to heal Inari's heart, and Inari managed to change the people's hearts. He showed us the road to hope is paved with courage, Tazuna said. Tide asked, but To-san, what should we call the bridge? Before he made up his mind, Tazuna looked at his grandson and then at the boy leaving. How about the great Naruto bridge? For the one showed that Nami that as long as you don't give up there is always hope. I like it, Tsunami said of it.
So this was it for today. I will meet you in the next part. Till then, we weave offline.